It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program. Beautiful day here in New York City. And as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. More on them back end of the program. So much to discuss on today's show. Monday was a banger. Monday was a fun one. Tremendous stuff from the likes of Demetrius Johnson and Eddie Alvarez, not to mention others. Today will be a banger as well. And I know there's a lot on everyone's mind. I know there's a collective anxiety brewing in the air. I know there's not a lot of information. I know there's not a lot being said at the moment. And I kind of feel like we're the only ones saying anything. And so we got you. We got your back. And we've got the updates for you. I do have a lot to share, and we have a lot to discuss and a boatload of questions to get to. As always, on Wednesdays, we like to shoot. So On the Nose should be a fun one. And it's a fun lineup today on the program. So let me tell you about today's program, and then we'll get to some news and notes. Shall we? Frank, how are you? I feel like I didn't ask you that last time.
I'm great.
You doing all right?
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, everything good?
Just had a birthday.
You know yourself, Frank. You just had a birthday.
Man, keep harping on that birthday. I feel like you're mad at us.
Nah, I'm mad at you guys.
He has a reason to be mad. He has a reason to be mad, if only because, in fairness to him, I do think we had a get-together of sorts last year for his birthday, and this time around we didn't do that. Is that accurate, Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he actually had to send like a cryptic text message.
Yeah. Oh, there was nothing
to the
cryptic
group.
about it.
Yeah, it was basically like, it's my birthday. He's just like,
birthday.
It was like, hey guys, I'll get right back to you. Just out here celebrating my 38th birthday.
I think he said something like, yeah, my back hurts a little more. It was a little harder to get out of bed, but 38's not so bad. We're all just like,
yeah, exactly.
Happy birthday, Frank.
Happy birthday, Frank. Should we go out? Is that what you want?
I mean, how long?
Yeah,
it's been a
I'll
week.
look at the calendar.
It's been a week. Let's move on. We'll get 39 right. We'll get 39 right.
Oh, my favorite was when Connor was like, but I said happy birthday to you the day before. I'm like, how selfish of me to want you to say it the day of.
I mean, it is
I actually like the day
selfish, man.
before.
I mean, you're really hyping up your own birthday a lot. 38. I mean, what is it? You can already be president. You can already rent a car. I mean, what did you get with this one?
I like the day before happy birthday. That means you're thinking about me. You get it out of the way, and then you let all the. It's like the people who celebrate on New Year's Eve. They're the amateurs. You know what I mean? The people who celebrate on the 30th of December, they're the legit ones, in my opinion.
What?
Yeah.
This does not translate. This does not translate at all.
Frank, we love you. We appreciate you. I say we go out next week for your birthday. If you're open to it. If not, we could do it some other time down the line. In fairness to us, last week was a big week for us. There was a lot of stress regarding the live show on Friday. Your birthday was on Thursday. I did call you. Did anyone else call you, by the way? Anyone?
You were the only one to call.
Okay,
My own parents just sent a text.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was just talking among the team. I wasn't talking about your actual blood. Right. But in any event, we love you and hope you live to 120 like Moses.
Counting the days.
Don't count the days, Frank. Make the days count. That's what a wise man once told me. But anyway, let's move along and tell you about today's program. Back into the show, David Feldman, the founder of BKFC, is going to join us. He has some news of his own to break. He's going to be joined by a special guest on the program. They're both going to break some news, which I think is really interesting for the future of his brand and another brand. So stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we'll be joined. Prior to that, we'll do the On the Nose segment. Also back in, we'll get the picks for this weekend. The Parlay Pals are back in full effect, full swing. They're rolling. Momentum is building. We like it. We like it. Curtis Blaydes is going to join us at 3 o'clock to talk about his title fight against one Tom Aspinall, the interim heavyweight title fight, in some people's eyes, the real heavyweight championship. That goes down July 27th in Manchester. They're doing the media rounds today, both Tom and Leon. Some great photos of the two of them together. They are carrying the UK scene on their back. I love to see it. And so Curtis Blaydes will stop by to talk about that big fight. There's a big fight happening in Newcastle this Saturday. That's June 8th. PFL Europe back. The headliner is former middleweight champion, current undisputed super middleweight champion, Savannah Marshall, crossing over to the sport of mixed martial arts from the Sweet Science. She had that great fight against Clarissa Shields about a year and a half or so ago. She is now following in the footsteps of one Clarissa Shields. She is training with the likes of Phil DeFries and Tom Aspinall and Mick Parkin. And she is getting ready on Saturday for her MMA debut in Newcastle, which is pretty much her stomping ground. So that's a big-time story, and I'm curious to see how she does. That's Savannah Marshall at about 2:30. Arman Tsarukyan, number one contender at 155. He'll join us at 2 o'clock to talk about the Islam Makhachev fight that we suspect is going to take place. And then we've got Michael Chiesa joining us at 1:30 to talk about his fight against Tony Ferguson, which was officially announced a week ago today. All right, but we don't dilly-dally. We don't waste time. We know everyone is thinking about UFC 303. We know everyone's thinking about the status of the Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler fight scheduled for June the 29th in Las Vegas. And like I said, I acknowledge the fact that not a lot of information has been out there, and we have been trying to do our best to be as transparent and forthright and accurate as possible because we know a lot of people are waiting on pins and needles to know the status of all of this, especially coming off Monday's postponement, cancellation of the press conference in Dublin, which we are all very much looking forward to. And the texts that I've received, the calls that I've received from people saying, should I cancel my flight? Should I keep it? Should I do this? I was planning on going. Just tell me, mate, what's the scoop? I promise I won't tell anyone. It's been reminiscent to the first Diaz fight back in 2016, the build up to that. Is he staying? Is he not? All this stuff. And you are reminded of the power of one Conor McGregor. And so let's quickly bring you up to speed and tell you what I know as of right this second, 1:07 p.m. Eastern time. As you know, as I reported on Monday, on Sunday, word started to trickle in that the press conference was not going to happen. Michael Chandler was en route to the airport to go. He was all packed up. He was ready to go, from what I was told, to the airport to be there in Dublin. He was relishing it. He was excited about it. And then he got the word it might be off. And then he got the word by Sunday afternoon it is off. And not a lot of information was being shared all over the place. As you could see, not a lot is being put out there. And he's trying to stay the course about the reasons for it. On Monday's show, I laid out several reasons as to why that you could eliminate, several reasons that should not be attributed to the postponement or cancellation of this press conference. I laid it all out for you guys, and still I saw people saying, so basically he knows nothing. I mean, I don't even think, initially I thought I had said too much. And still it was people saying, you don't know what you're talking about. Again, have to respect the wishes. Off the record is off the record. That was as much as I could report. And there were some smart people out there that were able to figure it out, and good on you. Whatever. I will say, and this is where the new information comes, the vibes on Sunday were quite confused. The vibes on Monday were quite pessimistic. And there was anxiety, not just from you guys, not just from the fan base, not just from the community, but anxiety. There was anxiety. Okay, what's going on? No word as to why it was canceled. There's the message from Conor McGregor, which, was it was good to hear from him. Obviously, it wasn't his typical Twitter message. It didn't mention June 29th, but that gave, I think, a little bit of optimism. But still, there was a lot of anxiety heading into Tuesday. And what I reported on Tuesday afternoon was that there was positivity, that they were holding out hope, but that they were also reaching out to people to gauge their interest as to whether or not they would step in as a replacement or to create a whole new main event. They are not going to cancel UFC 303. There's too much attached to that event. UFC X, Hall of Fame, it's a big card, International Fight Week. So smart thing to do is to do your due diligence. See who's available, see who's out there. Now, we went through the champions on Monday. We're not going to do that again, but there aren't a ton of options. But the UFC is the best at pulling rabbits out of their hat. They figure things out on the fly. They've been here before. And in fact, they've been in worse spots with a shorter amount of time, and they still figure it out. So people took that part as, shit, it's off. Shit, it's off. The first sentence that I tweeted was, there's positivity, there's optimism, but they're doing their due diligence. They're looking around. They're sending out feelers, but nothing like, are you in? Are you out? Contract, nothing like that. Just seeing who might be out there. What are the options? What are the scenarios? Where do we stand? I could tell you as of last night and as of today, this morning, early afternoon, it's currently 1:10 p.m. Eastern time. I could tell you that there is great positivity that this fight is going forward. As of right now, if you're asking me straight up, to shoot with you all straight up, and I'm the only one doing it, is Conor McGregor going to fight Michael Chandler on June 29th? My answer is yes. As of right now. Now, do I know what happens tomorrow? Do I know what happens the next day? Do I know what happens in an hour? No. But as of right now, the vibes could not be any more different than Sunday and Monday. The positivity could not be any greater than what I was hearing on those two particular days. It is so much higher now. And there is great positivity, I would say, and great optimism that all systems are a go. And so I hope that that suffices. I hope that people are happy with that. I hope that if you were worried about your flight, your ticket, et cetera, that you feel a little bit better now. Now, I say this and I reiterate, a million things can happen between now and tomorrow, now and this afternoon, now and dinner time, now and next week. But as of right this second, everything that I am hearing is that there's great positivity, there's great optimism, and we've turned a bit of a corner here. Now, again, whatever happened over the weekend happened over the weekend, and perhaps there will be a time for people to discuss that. But I repeat, nothing illegal, nothing salacious, no PED use, no partying, none of that, okay? I laid it all out for you guys. Things happen. And you know what's so fascinating about this? If there wasn't a press conference scheduled for Monday, no one would have ever known about anything. You know how many things happen in the buildup to a fight that we never hear about, that we only hear about after the fact? Injuries, things that pop up, travel issues, drama with family, drama with training camp, drama with coaches. A gazillion things happen on the route to a fight, on the path to a fight, on the journey to a fight. A gazillion things happen. The only reason we found out about all of this is because they had something on Monday. The obstacles popped up, and it forced the plug to be pulled on this event. If this event, this press conference, wasn't scheduled for Monday, we'd have never found out about anything. And that's the great irony as it pertains to all this. Do I think they reschedule? As of right now, there's no talk of that in terms of the press conference. I want to be clear. Do I think they reschedule it for Dublin? I think the time is of the essence now. We're 24 days away. I think it's tight to ask a Michael Chandler to fly. I think he's one of the very few that would do it. Do they feel like the ship has sailed? Maybe. All I know is that's not really being discussed at the moment. There are bigger fish to fry. But I know that from everything I've heard, the UFC brass has been amazing. They've been supportive. They've been on board. They've had everyone's back. And there is great optimism that this is going forward. And I can assure you, whenever the brass meets with the press at any point between now and then, and someone asks them about this, they'll say it's bullshit and that it was much ado about nothing and that you shouldn't believe the media. And if it didn't come from us, don't believe it. But everything I have reported is 1,000% fact from Monday to now. And I feel confident in sitting here right now based on everything that I have heard that people are feeling good. They're feeling good about this. And I don't know if that was the case on Monday when I was sitting here. And I don't even necessarily know if that was the case yesterday when I was tweeting a couple of times about it. But I think that the vibes have changed and there's positivity. And as of yesterday evening, I've not heard of any other feelers being sent out. So everyone who was saying, oh, this means it's over, the UFC sends feelers all day long. That's their job. Again, I understand that there are new fans and I appreciate that and I love that. But you have to remember several things. They have to be prepared. They have to look out for their event and their best interests, and there's so many tickets and such a big gate. We also have to recognize that Conor McGregor doesn't pull out when scheduled. He doesn't do that. The example that was brought up to me yesterday regarding UFC 200 wasn't his decision. He didn't want to partake in the media, and so they pulled the plug on it. They did, and went with DC and Jones, and then they moved him to 202. He has never pulled out when injured, when there's been an obstacle of any kind. And people forget he snapped his leg 3 years ago. But if you look at the record and you look at the resume and you look at the history, he has never pulled out of a fight when it was scheduled, tickets sold, out there, marquee, poster, etc. I acknowledge, as everyone wanted to remind me yesterday, Conor of today maybe isn't the Conor of 2015, and maybe his intentions and maybe his desires and maybe his motivation has changed. But I believe, call me foolish, call me a mark, deep down it's the same old G. It's the same old guy. It's the same old guy who wants, and now more than ever, I feel like he is tapping into that, oh, you're all proving me wrong, or excuse me, you're all doubting me. You all think that I don't have it. You all think that I'm partying. You all think that I'm waking up in satin sheets. You all think that I don't have it. You all think that I'm done. I think that is motivation to him. I think that's an engine for him. I think that's fuel. And yeah, I think as of right this second, I think they fight on the 29th of June. And again, one more time before this gets clipped up. That's as of 1:16 p.m. Eastern time. Things can happen tomorrow. This is all developing. This is all fluid. But this is the update from Monday's show, from Tuesday's tweets to right now. This is what I'm hearing, and this is what I'm confident in reporting. And so how do you feel about that, GC? You've been blowing me up, asking me, should I book my flight? Should I not book my flight? Am I in? Am I out?
Get out of here, man. I've been giving you your space.
Thank you.
I don't think I've hit you up one time. I think you've hit me up more times to tell me how many people have been hitting you up.
I know I have.
Actually hit you
well,
up.
I mean, can I not vent? I mean, you guys are my friends.
This is a relief. This is a relief. I mean, I've been sitting here wondering, racking my brain, talking with other people about like what could they possibly do if this man is not on this card. And there are very few to no options. So yes. And there hasn't been a McGregor fight since I started working on the show.
I'm ready
for that. I'm ready for a McGregor week. I'm ready for a McGregor fight, for him to be back, save the day. And yeah, feeling good now.
I will say there was one really interesting fight that they looked into, but it didn't really get off the ground. That's a story for a different day. But there aren't that many options, and people have to remember. I know a lot has happened. I know there's been a lot of drama. I know there's been a lot of stuff that has happened. But let's go from UFC 196. 196. Actually, you know what? Let's go from Chad Mendes 189. He had the injured knee. He was supposed to fight Jose Aldo. Aldo gets removed 2 weeks before. He could have pulled out. There's a whole movie about this with the injured knee and them coming to his house and all that stuff. He says, F it, we're fighting for the interim belt. He fights Mendes. He beats Mendes. He sticks around and fights Jose Aldo in December. He beats him. He's supposed to fight RDA in March. RDA pulls out. He could say, yeah, let me chill out. He's on antibiotics. He fights Nate Diaz. He loses to Nate Diaz. Then there's the 200 thing. The 200 thing wasn't his decision. It was he had just seen someone die in a fight in Vegas. He was going through some stuff. He didn't want to go to the press conference prior to UFC 197. They had to move on. They didn't feel confident that he would show up. So they booked DC versus Jones, which never came to fruition. And then they rebooked the Diaz fight for 202. He walked out of the Diaz fight on crutches. The day after the Diaz fight, he's doing one of those thingies. You know those thingies? The rowy thingies? On crutches. There's footage of this. He takes the Eddie fight while he's still banged up because he wants to make history at MSG. Booked for the Floyd fight in 2017. Eddie's in November of 2016. Floyd is August of 2017. Then, he's sitting on a boatload of cash. Life has changed a little bit. Dolly incident in April of 2018. He fights Khabib. He loses to Khabib. Okay. 2019, he's figuring things out. Obviously, a lot going on. He was ready to go. He fights, obviously, Donald Cerrone. He was ready to go well before the January 2020 date. I remember reporting on it. There's articles on ESPN.com. He wanted to come back in the summer of 2020. They didn't want him to fight in an empty Apex. And so they saved him for the first show that had fans, some 2,000 or so fans in Abu Dhabi, Dustin Poirier. He fought Dustin again 6 months later. So he has held up his end of the bargain. And then, of course, he snaps his leg And here we are. Of course, we've also reported that he wanted to fight at UFC 300 and stuff like that. So this pull-out merchant, this he can't be trusted and all this. And I don't give a fuck. You want to say I'm carrying water? No, I'm telling you the facts. I'm telling you the exact facts and the timeline here. There's nothing that you could say otherwise. You may not be a fan of the guy. You may not be a fan of the things he stands for or says or does, but like, these are the facts. He has been reliable. He is not that guy. Look at the Tapology page. It ain't cancellation, 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 cancellation. It's not that. And so, again, if there wasn't a press conference scheduled for Monday, we would have never known about any of this. You forge on. Even you see some of his posts in the last 24 hours. More positive, more activity. I feel the same with Michael Chandler. Chandler has, has stayed the course as well. Credit to him. I can't imagine the stress that he's under. I can't imagine the anxiety. No one has been on this roller coaster more than him. I get all the people who have paid tickets, flight, but like the amount of money that is tied into this fight for Michael Chandler from a sponsorship standpoint, from a purse standpoint, from the money if he wins that could come back his way standpoint. It's astronomical. It's life-changing stuff. And so I could understand if he's feeling some sort of way, but I think that he should stay the course, and I think that he should feel positive right now, and I think that he should feel like, all right, we're good. We're feeling good, like I should. No, 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 no. Sing with me, Frank. And I'm feeling blessed.
Who, me?
Then in this.
Who, me?
There's nothing like a Conor fight. And this is a big one. And it's an important one because who knows? If he wins, there are a gazillion options and there's one fight left on the deal. I know they're talking now. And then, of course, if Chandler wins, there's a boatload of options coming his way as well. So I think everyone could chill. I don't know why there haven't been a ton of updates. That's not on me. I saw people saying, oh, they're treating this like an album drop. Oh, they're doing this. They're stringing us along. They're using this as promotion. There ain't no they, okay? I'm not in cahoots with anyone. Certainly not the promotion. But I'm just trying to keep everyone informed. I'm just trying to keep everyone up to speed. And I'm just trying to do my job and give you guys the goods, give you guys the news. So that's where we're at right now. Everyone take a deep breath. There we are. Yes. Wow. That was great.
Feeling good back here, man.
During that.
Is Rick here?
Oh, yeah, he's been here the whole time.
He's been breathing.
Listen to every word.
Was that one of his breaths?
No, just me and Frankie.
Oh. Why?
No,
Rick,
no.
You don't
was
feel
on
good?
mute.
People still holding breath.
You don't feel good, Rick?
I feel good, but
What's wrong, Rick?
Yeah, what's
Hey,
up?
you look a little pale.
What's eating you?
Why
Just
did
tell
this?
us.
Feeling all right?
Do
Happy
I? I
birthday.
thought I looked tan. I thought I looked tan. All right, if I look
You look
pale,
tanner
I
than
got
me,
some
man.
work to do. Shout out to Frankie.
Oh, the birthday?
Out here calling people out for birthday wishes. I do
Jesus,
so
we're
many
still
nice
on the
things for that
birthday.
guy
My
last
God,
week,
it's been
and
weeks
I don't
since
even
this
get.
birthday
I
happened.
don't even get
It's
one
38.
little mention. One little mention. I truly send him like thoughtful, heartfelt things, and I just get completely buried. Okay, so Conor McGregor, Michael Chandler, UFC 303. I feel good. I'm happy that we're in a better place. It seems like as you said, the vibes are different. Great optimism. But I still wonder, right? Like, what are we talking? Like, what are we actually talking about?
Don't put
and
this
how,
out. Don't be one of those guys. Don't be one of those guys.
What do you mean?
Oh, what do we? No, we're good. We're good, man. We're positive. We're good. Oh, he
Sure,
doesn't know what.
sure.
I'm still seeing it. So basically, he doesn't know what he's talking about. You
no,
can't
see,
win.
that's not
with
what
these.
I'm saying. We're saying different things. I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about. What I'm saying is, what are we talking about?
We're talking
ultimately.
about a fight that hit a bit of a roadblock. That the roadblock has been maneuvered. You know this as well as I do, as well as anyone else watching. Shit happens in the build up to a fight. There isn't always a press conference of this magnitude scheduled 4 or so weeks before a fight, right? And so, yes, there is a reason why they did that. There was a reason why they didn't want to have it. There was a reason why they didn't want to go out in front of that many people in the world, right? That press conference is going to be seen by millions of people. And so they'll address that. But I think that everyone was like, all right, well, if this is canceled, how does this affect this? And that's a very fair question. How does this affect the 29th? The most important question. Ultimately, like we said on Monday, no one cares about the press conference. The press conference was a nice little cherry on top, but we want the fight. We want a resolution. We want to see him back. We want to see Chandler finally fight first time in almost 2 years. And I think the the thought and the feeling being positive right now is the good news.
Quick question from the Peanut Gallery.
Yes.
So I saw yesterday on Reddit that your tweet made the front of r/MMA. Shout out.
Wow. We made it.
And surprisingly, in the comments to that, it wasn't the usual, oh, so he doesn't know anything, or what are we saying here, blah, blah, blah. Actually, they were talking about why was the pay-per-view taken down?
I don't know.
Why were videos archived?
Is that true, though? Because you hear
I didn't
this
know.
stuff.
That's why I'm asking. Like, and if all of this is just a distraction, then we can move on. But I thought maybe that had some merit because people were asking that in that thread.
Yeah, but this is like when people start seeing things online and going like, "Oh, Max Holloway versus Justin Gaethje was canceled because Google said it was canceled in the thing."
Right.
Like
They're just
this is
connecting
Reddit
dots that are not
detectives connecting
connectable.
dots that don't exist.
And who knows? One
Um,
person puts this out. All I could tell you is I know everyone's freaking out and they're looking at reasons. It's like, oh, this is off. This is cursed. This is not happening. He's a pullout merchant. Blah 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 blah. They're gonna come out at some point. Maybe it's Louisville this Saturday. I can assure you of this. Remember me on Saturday when you're watching the post-fight press conference. And if things remain the same, which I'm hoping and believe they will, putting it out there, inshallah, they're gonna say this was all BS. We had a scheduling conflict. His plane broke down. Something. That's not necessarily true, but I will tell you between today and Monday and today, it's positive vibes and optimism and all systems a go. And I'm trying not to be, coy and all that stuff. This is what I'm at liberty to report. This is what I'm comfortable reporting at the moment. And if you're able to figure it out, you're able to figure it out. And it's not my ideal way of reporting, but there's things that are being told in confidence and things that aren't being told in confidence, and things that you can say and things that I don't want to teach people about the rules of journalism, but it's just like that's how it's done every single day. And here I am kind of like talking it out with all of you on a podcast or a show or a stream like this, which is your typical way of doing things. You just report the news and move on. Usually when I was on UFC Tonight, it was a 4-minute block and you just kind of moved on to the next thing. But I'm just trying to explain to people how it kind of works. I feel like I interrupted you before, Rick.
No, I mean, well, yes, you did, but it seems intentionally so. Like I still wonder what is happening. That is where I feel. I cannot deny that. Like, I'm very happy to hear the positivity. I'm very happy that everybody will ultimately get what they want, but how it impacts June 29th goes beyond does June 29th happen? Like, is June 29th going to happen is the most important question, but there's questions beyond that is how does it impact June 29th?
Oh, that's a good
I'm still
question. But
concerned
ultimately
about.
what we need to hope for is that June 29th happens, that the fight happens. And listen, if you don't
The
want
vibes are immaculate, as you said.
if you don't want to believe me, don't
we're-
believe me. If you think I have no information, if you think I have no sources, God bless. Go to some aggregator page and get your info elsewhere, or just believe everything that Dana White tells you. I don't care.
The aggregator page is saying what you're like. They're
I know,
just
but it's like
saying what you're saying.
I know people do it to get on the risks. Like, so basically, you just don't know anything. What? Guess what? Guess what? I have 14 fucking trophies on my mantle that say I know a thing or two. All right.
Wow, you said count the rings.
Yeah, I said count the rings, bitches.
Bill Russell.
Someone said
Actually
Ariel's
better than
singing
Bill
on a
Russell.
show. I think we're good.
I'm feeling good. Lagash. Listen, I'm supposed to be the negative one, and I'm trying to tell you all to chill.
Who, me?
Yeah, that's right. You know yourself. You know yourself.
We could get in for $691 now. I'm seeing. Should we snipe some tickets?
Oh, you think prices went down?
Did the price go down
Supposedly, that's what I'm
around
saying.
this?
Yeah, that they went down.
Wow.
used to be
That- I
1,000
mean, it
more,
makes
right?
sense. It makes sense, but that's
Let's
fascinating.
rip it,
You
boys.
go
Let's
buy
go
low.
out there.
Put me
Buy
down
low.
for 2.
That is crazy. Imagine that's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like. I'm ashamed to say I'm not a big stock market guy, but isn't that like a buy low,
Shocker.
sell high thing? Why you say shocker?
Like that.
What's that?
No,
all
that's
about?
that's exactly what it is.
Why you
Right
say
now
shocker?
is the low.
No. Why you say shocker?
Yeah, I mean, I just know you're not on the ticker, checking everything. Trying to short.
I was a little
I
surprised.
mean,
to be
we're
honest.
right by the stock exchange. I
I'm
never seen
wheeling
you
and
walk
dealing.
down there.
What do you know about the
never
S&P?
seen you ring the bell.
S&P.
Yeah.
The 500.
Yeah, the 500.
Who, me?
I love it. Don't do your
Irony.
own me.
Who,
we
me?
got a nice irony during the news break.
Iron. Did I? What did I get?
You said iron.
When
Irony.
you said irony,
We
I
all started
texted
laughing.
Juicy
But nobody
Okay.
wanted to interrupt.
Me
you
and
know?
Frank started laughing, and then we looked at Rick, and he was also laughing.
Does that not, though, back up my point that I think it sounds and is said this way?
I mean, I love that you're
Yeah,
doubling
of course, you
down
think
on
it sounds and says that way. It just sounds odd.
Okay, but at least that makes me feel better. People
Yes,
said I
you're consistent.
flubbed it. I flubbed
No, you're consistent. You're consistent. Irony.
it. All right, so there you have it. Believe it, don't believe it. I don't care. And God bless you all. Let's go to our first guest of the day. He is the man who will be fighting Tony Ferguson on August 3rd in Abu Dhabi, a fight that was supposed to happen a few years ago in Sioux Falls. Now it's happening in the United Arab Emirates. He's your friend and mine. He's a fellow Knicks fan. He's Michael Chiesa. Ah, yeah, there it is. Still sad.
We had a good run.
We had a good run. It should have been a better
I had
run.
a lot of fun, man. Yeah, but it was still a lot of fun.
It was.
I had a blast. And to see them win a playoff series against the Sixers nonetheless, I mean, it's safe to say I was absolutely juiced. It was awesome.
Yes, we were texting throughout. It was great. I think they could have gone a little farther, but you know what? You would know this very well as a pro athlete. The body, it has its own plans, and if it just doesn't hold up anymore, it's hard to overcome that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Brunson played complete blood and guts basketball. I mean, how long was he hanging by a thread for? And Josh Hart, I mean, you can't teach Hart. They got to make a shirt that says that. You can't teach Hart, Hart, and then you got the big Ragu, the Villanova 3. I hope they keep them together as we move into next season.
Yes, amen. By the way, top of the show, Mike, I know you're half media guy, half fighter. Provided an update on 303. Things are looking good. Everyone's freaking out. I know you tried to get into the breaking news game back on the Super Bowl, and that kind of went haywire. But over here, no fake news, Mike. You feel good about this?
I feel good about it. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Connor's a guy that's always showed up. He's always made weight, and he's even showed up in times when he shouldn't. I mean, the Chad Mendes fight, the third Poirier fight, from what I know, his leg was compromised going into that. I think everybody's just freaking out right now. But we'll see. Like you said it yourself, like streaks come to an end at some point, but I don't think that's the case with Connor. I think he's eager to get back in there and compete. So hopefully when the dust settles, 303's main event is still intact.
Yes. By the way, were you just trolling everyone with the 300 stuff on Super Bowl? And do you know
100%?
Okay. Do you know that your avatar is a meme that was done by our guy back here? You know that, right? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I do. I did give him a shout out for that. I thought it was pretty funny. I like it.
Why
I'm
did
not
you
a
do
Chiefs
this?
fan either, but
Why did you do this to the people?
For one, I was rolling the dice. I thought for sure, I'm like, they're going to do an announcement of Super Bowl. I can be like Nostradamus, say I saw it coming. And then when it didn't happen, I was like, oh, the news is UFC Roundup's coming back with myself and Paul Feldman. Everyone's just like, threw off,
Did you get a lot of shit for that?
Fun. I did. My fan base is dwindling as it is, so it's like whatever, man.
No. Well, I mean, if you tell them that, it kind of expedites the dwindling,
for sure.
if you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
By the way, just one quick one. If all systems go, we hope so. All good. We see the fight. Who do you like in the fight?
I mean, from a technical standpoint, I don't like how square Chandler stands sometimes. He likes to punch his way into these stance changes, and he does it walking forward, and that makes him a bigger target. And if Conor still has that same accuracy, he's just you can't take that left hand from Conor McGregor so many times, especially standing square. So if Chandler can mix in the wrestling, I like his chances. But if he tries to have a shootout with Conor McGregor, I think early on Conor could catch him and could finish him. It's hard to say. I think it just depends on what side of the bed I wake up on. I go back and forth with that fight, but I think Chandler's got to fight smart to avoid that left hand for sure. You can't be standing square, can't be a big target like that. Use lateral movement. Don't just walk in on a straight line against Conor McGregor.
Okay. Let's talk about your fight. So August 3rd, Tony Ferguson. How did we end up here? How did you get Tony? What was the discussion? Were there other names discussed?
There was no other names discussed. I knew at some point I was going to get the phone call, and Danny Rube, best manager in the game, called me and was just like, you're never going to believe who they're calling me about. And I'm just like, I said Wonder Boy first. He's like, who's the one fight you'd like to have at 170 pounds? Like, Wonder Boy. We've kind of talked about it for a while. He's like, it's not him. He's like, say someone else. And I forget who the second name was. And And then I was like, just tell me who it is. He said it's Tony Ferguson. I was just like, whoa. I didn't see that coming. I thought I'd be, if I still had a ranking next to my name, I think it'd be like a Randy Brown, an Eliseo Dos Santos. These guys kind of jockeying to get into the top 15. But the reality is I don't have that number next to my name. So the possibilities are endless. I didn't expect it to be Tony Ferguson. And it's ironic that I'm talking to you today, June 5th, because when I was in training camp for Tony in 2016, it was today, 8 years ago today, I got in a really bad car accident.
Wow, that's
and that
crazy.
was kind of I was kind of going through some personal problems in training camp. I was kind of depressed, really depressed. And I went to the store to get groceries. And on the way home, I hadn't slept much the night before, and I fell asleep at the wheel and I wrecked my truck. I didn't have a seatbelt on, got a concussion, smashed my head on the window. And then like within a few days, that's when I ruptured my L4, L5, that training camp. So this car wreck was like the catalyst that led into me having to withdraw from that fight, which was honestly probably the lowest point in my adult life. I've never felt lower than that. And it's just crazy. I'm talking to you on June 5th, 8 years ago from the day it happened. And I'm excited to get this opportunity to go fight Tony. And, we're both not at the highest points of our careers, obviously. But it's a fight where it's like, it's the one that got away from me. So I'm really excited to fight him and kind of lay to rest some of those personal demons I had 8 years ago. Go out there, lock horns with a guy that I've had a ton of respect for. At one point was the boogeyman of my weight class. So I'm excited for the opportunity, and I love fighting in Abu Dhabi. I feel at home out there, and I only have so many fights left, and I'm excited that this is one of them.
Wow. So you said a lot there, and I can't believe it's the anniversary of that accident.
Yeah.
8 years ago. Could I ask? And I understand if you don't want to go too far into it, but why were you so down? Why were you so depressed in that moment?
Without getting too far into the weeds, and I say this now because she's passed, but the mom that everybody knows and has seen that came in the octagon with me after the Ultimate Fighter, the one I ask people not to talk about, that's actually my stepmom. I have a biological mom, and we don't have a relationship, and she passed on at the end of last year, but she kind of started to come back into my life, and it just kind of brought back a lot of old demons, a lot of old things from my past, from my childhood, and things that I'd kind of compartmentalized for a while, and they just kind of boiled their way back to the top and in the midst of this training camp, and it just kind of, that's what kind of made things come to a head,
Okay.
So it's not something that it was old stuff, and at some point in my career, when it's all said and done, there's a lot more to my story I've never told. I just don't want that to be what I'm defined by. I don't want to be defined by my rough upbringing and things like that. Like I'd rather be defined by my fights, the things I've done as a competitor. And then when it's all said and done, there's a little story to tell to go with it. But that's why I've never really talked about it too much.
Totally. I'm just curious, privately, like, have you talked to someone, like a therapist or someone, to come to terms with some of these feelings?
Yeah, I'm very blessed. I know I've brought him up before, but my Uncle Joe, he's a sports psychologist for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So whether it's things involving competition, things involving life, I have not only do I love him, he's my family, but it's a very well-educated man that understands not only the psychology of a human being, but especially an athlete, and how things in your personal life can affect you as a competitor, and how to find a separation from the two and kind of deal with those types of things. So it's an invaluable asset. I'm very blessed to have him on my side.
The reaction to the fight announcement last week was an interesting one, because it came at the same time as the Nick Diaz-Vicente Luque announcement. And people are like, well, why doesn't we feel more comfortable with Ferguson fighting Diaz, given where they're both at, and maybe you and Luque could fight again or something like that. What was your reaction to the reaction? People seem somewhat torn on the idea of him continuing to fight, considering the 7-fight losing streak.
Yeah, there's definitely people that are like sending me messages like, take it easy on him, please let him win. I'm like, you got to remember, dude, at the end of the day, this is still Tony Ferguson. Mm-hmm. And he's not fighting a guy that's in his 20s on a win streak. He's fighting a guy that's 36 and is 0-3 in his last 3 fights, So it's like, it's not like they threw him to the wolves. But it's a fight that honestly makes sense. And I like the idea of fighting Vicente Luque again. That's a fight where I feel like I beat myself more than I got beat by the better man. But this is the fight that they offered, and this is the fight that I'm going to take. It's especially given the history, it's something that that I would like to just be able to say I went out there and did the dance with him. And look, at the end of the day, if he beats me, he beats me. It is what it is. But it's not like he's getting thrown in there with some young whippersnapper, and I understand people like the idea of him fight Nick. He fought Nate in the past and things like that, but this is the fight and people got to deal with it. And for Nick too, people got to remember who Nick Diaz is. Nick Diaz doesn't come back and ask to fight Tony Ferguson. You know how Nick is. Nick comes back and I want to fight Kamaru Usman. I want to fight Colby Covington. I want to fight the best guys. Like Nick, even if they offered Tony Ferguson, do you think Nick's going to take that fight? Probably not. Nick wants to fight the best guy. So this is the next best thing he could get is Vicente Luque, a guy who is top 5, who's top 10. That's the fight that Nick wants. I honestly think Nick would turn down the Tony Ferguson fight because Nick still believes he can compete with the best guys in the world and he could beat the best guys in the world. So I don't think Nick would even take that fight. I think that he would rather take the Vicente Luque fight.
100%. I reported last week that he asked for MVP coming off his win. He asked for Kevin Holland. He asked for names like that. So still, guys who are very much in their prime. You haven't fought since the Holland fight. And And afterwards, I'm just curious, Holland won this weekend, of course, but I rewatched his post-fight press conference, or it was his scrum after the fight. And, he wasn't very complimentary, and he was kind of kicking you while you were down. And I wonder how you took that. Sometimes guys say things before a fight, but at the end, you're like, you're a legend, much love, much respect. But that wasn't the case. How did you feel about the things that he was saying afterwards?
It's at that point in time, you want to talk about throwing salt on an open wound. It's like, especially after the fight, I grabbed him after he beat me and I was like, dude, you got all the tools to be world champ. And he almost kind of ripped into me about it. He's like, I don't care about that stuff. And I'm just like, okay, my bad. I'm just being complimentary of you. And then the things in the post-fight press conference, be telling me I should retire and things of that sort. And it's like, did I take him to heart at the time? For sure. That was not everything going into that fight was a challenge. I had a camp before to fight Li Jingliang in Miami, a good fight, the right fight, him coming off a little bit of a layoff. I'm coming off a layoff. And then I lose that fight. I don't get to compete. I don't get to shake the ring rust. And then I'm thrown in there with the most active guy on the roster. So it's like, it was an uphill battle from the start. So I was going through it a little bit mentally. And then I just didn't show up, and that's the biggest thing for me, Ariel, is like, look, even if I showed up at my best mentally, I was there physically. Physically, I was in, 10 out of 10. I was in phenomenal shape. Mentally, probably in the negatives. And even if I was there mentally at my best, there's a good chance he could still beat me. But for me, it's like just feeling like myself is what's most important. And it's like when I go back and look at my fight with Sean Brady, I left that fight without any bullets left in my gun. I shot every shot I had, left exhausted, felt like I competed hard, even though I didn't get the desired result. That's what this is about for me. I'm not out there trying to chase a win. I just want to chase down the way I felt when I just competed my best, that confident side of me. That's what I'm trying to bring back. But there was definitely a low point after that Holland fight where, look, you're only as good as your last fight. And, that saying is kind of lost. It lost its meaning to me for a long time because I'm so blessed to be surrounded by people that love me. I don't have yes men around me. It doesn't matter if I win or lose. The same people are going to call me and text me every single time. But that Holland fight definitely stung pretty bad. So for me, it's like, I just want to go out there on August 3rd and just compete at my absolute best and just feel like myself. I don't really care about the result. I just want to feel the old me. I just want to feel that confident side of me. But I do believe if that confident side of me comes out, then I'm going to get the win.
By the way, after Holland, did you consider walking away?
Honestly, the only time in the heat of the moment was when I pulled my gloves off in the octagon and I just was like, stop. You're not done, dude. You're not washed. You're not old. You're not getting punched around. I'm aside from my back injuries, I haven't taken a ton of damage. Your mind thinks of a lot of things in the heat of the moment, but no, I got home and I knew I wasn't done, but the reality is I don't know how many I have left. Let's just be honest. Like I'm not usually this whole time I've been in the UFC, it's all about chasing the title. And I've gotten pretty close a few times. Let's be honest. Like I beat Vicente Luque. I could have been fighting Kamaru Usman. If I got to fight in Brooklyn, I could have fought Habib. I've been right in the mix. Had I beat Tony and when we fought in our main event, I would have been fighting Kevin Lee or if I would have beat Kevin Lee, I would have fought Tony for the interim championship. I've been right there. It's all been about chasing the title. But right now it's like, I'm not chasing the title right now. I'm just chasing down me. I'm chasing down my old self. That's what I'm chasing. I'm chasing down that feeling again, because if this did happen to be the last one, I want to say I got to feel that one more time. And it's not even about the result. It's just about the way I feel. So, but who knows? I go out there and kick ass and get the job done in emphatic fashion on August 3rd. Maybe I go back to chasing the title. Who knows? But for now, it's like I'm the road to gold. I got to pivot. I need to focus on chasing down myself. That's what's most important to me right now.
So this will be essentially a year since the last fight.
Yeah.
Any particular reason for the layoff?
You know, I just was not mentally ready to compete. You know, and Sean and I talked about it, and it kind of like the date was like, oh, I want to go December, and then back started kind of started to flare up, and then just kind of got engulfed in work and training other guys. And you know, I'm always in the gym. I'm not a guy that comes off the couch and jumps into camp, but I guess I was just kind of waiting for the opportunity and the phone call to just happen, and it's just happened to be at this time, you know. But this was definitely like, I was getting to that point where I'm like, hey, I'm approaching a year. I want to fight this summer. I'd like to fight before Labor Day. So everything just worked out. And I feel like this fight's just kind of meant to be. This is the fight that's meant to happen. This fight's meant to be. And people can say what they want about Tony's the current state of his career, but I'm training for the guy that was on the 12-fight win streak. I'm not thinking about the shortcomings. I'm in the same boat as him. I'm training for the best Tony Ferguson. I'm training for the guy I was supposed to fight 8 years ago.
In March, when you were working the desk, I think it was after a Peyton Talbot fight, you had a great moment there where you talked about, hey, as an older guy, here's some advice for the youngsters out there. And you said essentially two things. Number one, always have a name in that 60-second post-fight interview. Don't just say anyone, because you can control your destiny. You can grab the bull by the horns. And number two, stick with the team that got you here, right? Stick with those guys. You may feel like some sort of pull to go elsewhere when you make it to a certain point. Like the guys who got you here are the ones that are going to have your back and keep you prepared. Perhaps a silly question. I know you've been with Rick Little and the whole team over there in Washington. Are you sticking with the team in this last chapter, if you will? Okay, you are.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, look, I love training in Las Vegas, and I'm there all the time with work, the amenities, the PI, John Wood, you know, Coach Casey. There's so many good coaches and training partners, and the environment's great. But when I'm just looking at the big problem for myself, it's mentality. It's never training. Like I don't shy away from hard practices. I don't run from the hard work. I'm always in shape. But I fight my best when I train at home. I really just up here. I don't know if it's because I'm waking up every day and I'm reminded by what I'm fighting for. Because I've done almost everything I want to do myself. I want to provide for my wife. I want to do good things for my family. Maybe waking up here is what's better for me, and it gives me just knowing what my why is. I think that's most important. So I'll get some time training in Las Vegas. We're going there next week for Brady Houston's fight. And I'll get some time in out there training, but I'm doing camp from home, man. I started with this team. I'm ending with this team. It's always going to be Rick Little, Austin Arnett, and Sam Cecilia in my corner till the wheels fall off. You know, and this isn't me discrediting any coaches or anybody. I've been so blessed to be around so many amazing people in the sport. Got to make a lot of great friends, people I call family now. But this is the time for me to just train at home. And I'm actually, as we're talking, there's guys showing up here. I'm building a Cowboy Cerrone style BMF ranch in my backyard right now. So I got like a lot of construction going on. So I think that if there's any indication, I definitely have plans to keep fighting for a while, because I'm trying to, like, if I'm going to train from home and I'm going to close this chapter from here, I'm going to do it the way I want to do it. And, yeah,
I love that.
That's where I'm at right now. Yeah.
You tweeted just a couple of days ago, May 30th, 2008, 16 years ago on that specific day was your MMA debut. And I'm just wondering, like, and we're showing the photo now, and it's crazy how young you are. I mean, it doesn't feel like that long ago, 2008, but I guess it is.
Right.
That kid right there, like if someone would have told him that it would kind of play out like this, where you don't fight for a UFC belt perhaps, and you don't get to climb that mountain, but it's a pretty damn good career with, you know, some great longevity in the toughest and best organization in the world, you think he would be content?
You know, I have to remember where I came from. Like, if you knew where I came from in Otis Orchards and the upbringing I went through, I was a bullied, fragile child. Like, I was very, I pursued this because I wanted to be the furthest thing from who I was. And I was a broken, beaten, fragile kid. And I was like, I just want to be a fighter because that is just the polar opposite of who I am. And I feel like that's what I need to be. I need to chase down the thing that's going to pull me away from these feelings. And I remember that night when I fought that fight, my best friend growing up who knew the ins and outs of everything I've been through, he literally called me and he was like begging me. He's like, please don't do this. He's like, you're going to get yourself hurt. Like, I'm begging you, don't go through this. And I was just like, dude, I have to do this for myself. And when I see that picture and I know where I've came from, even though I didn't get to the top of the mountain and I may never get to the top of the mountain, I already won. Like, dude, I didn't go to college. I grew up in a broken home, severe alcoholism in my family. And I've had a 12-year career in the UFC. I work for ESPN. I'm a broadcaster. I live in a beautiful house. I'm not broke. Like, I won. It doesn't matter what happens from here on out. You know, the title's just the cherry on top. Everybody strives to be the best, dude. There's some guys, look at guys like Alexander Gustafsson, Uriah Faber, some of the best fighters we've ever seen. They never even got Dustin Poirier. Yeah. They never even got to an undisputed championship, but they still won. Look where they're at in life, you know. And I look up to Dustin Poirier so much, and I attach myself to things he says. And when he said that, like, I already won. I won life. I'm like, dude, I never thought of it like that because it's always been about the title. And it's like, look at the big picture, dude. My life is amazing. And it's all been from this sport. And it's all been from this pursuit of just chasing down becoming somebody that I just was not. And landed me here talking to you.
Yeah.
Can't be that bad, right?
When he's speaking, I'm sure it hits you differently than it hits someone like you. You've walked those miles. You've been in his shoes, right? I know you don't have a daughter, like it's specific stuff, but like when you hear him in the post-fight presser or interview on Saturday, I'm sure it hits you right in the heart what he's saying, right?
Oh, for sure, because I can relate, you know. And his career is what's a world championship gonna? I mean, it doesn't do that much more for it because he's already known as just one of the best. I mean, this is a guy he's been must-see TV. He's so fun to watch. He's like a combat sports philosopher. There's just so many things he says that just like for you, they probably resonate with you because when Dustin speaks very well, he's a very intelligent guy. But like as a fighter, like you hear these things he says, and it's like, holy cow, they go so deep. And it's like, obviously I've looked up to him as to who he is as a fighter, but I look up to him more for who he is as a man and his morals and the way his outlook is on things. Yeah, he's one of one, to say the least.
Yes. Are you familiar with this Chiesa curse?
Yeah, I am. I'm the one that came up with it.
Really?
I came up with, it's my job, dude. I'm an analyst. Sometimes I got to think of weird things and break down fights.
How do you figure that out? That is, so it's every fighter who you beat in the UFC lost their next one. Every fighter who's beat me has lost their next one. So I figured it out when Bilal was fighting Vicente, because Vicente's next fight was Bilal, and I worked the desk that night, and I remember I'm just kind of going through my notes. I'm like, oh, Vicente's going to lose this fight, not because it's the curse, it's the Chiesa curse. It's a real thing. And then Kevin lost to Jack Della, Rady lost to Bilal, Vicente lost to Bilal, Joe Lozon lost to Iaquinta, Masvidal lost to Rustam Khabilov. Who else is there? Pettis lost to Ferguson. You know, someone made a whole video about this on YouTube a couple months ago.
I did not.
Yeah, your fight and then the next fight. It's a crazy thing.
Yeah. I should tell my opponents to think twice.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Hey, it's either I beat you or you lose your next one. So, you know, pick one or the other.
What is your relationship with the Battlefield Fight League? Because I saw you doing the Dana White face-offs there in the middle and all that. Are you a part of the promotion, or were you just brought in as a guest?
No, I have a great relationship with Jay Golshani. He's the guy that owns Battlefield, him and his family. But I fought for them years ago, and right now one of my teammates, Ashton Charlton, who's making his way up, that's who I did the face-off for, was Ashton and his opponent for the RMF title. So I've been working with them doing commentary. Jay and I have a good relationship. I fought like my second pro fight out there years ago. So, and it's always in Vancouver. It's a pretty sweet gig, dude. Like every time I go to work, I'm up in Van City, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
And you know me, I love Canada, Ariel. I'm a half an hour from the border. So
it's amazing.
Yeah, so it's cool working for them. Yeah, they're good people up there, man.
I mentioned the desk. You're still doing great in
Yeah.
every facet of the broadcast world, and I know that you have wanted this for so long. A couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
you got to call those Road to UFC fights in the middle of the night. I think 3 to 7
Yeah.
a.m. local time
Yep.
with John Gooden. How difficult is that?
Yeah.
Because the brain works a little slower in the middle of the night, right?
Yeah. Well, the first night was pretty easy. The first night was like pretty excited. You know, I feel like I timed my sleep right. But then like the next day when you're getting off work at like, I think we got out of there at like, we went and got breakfast. And I was back in my room by 11 a.m. and
Damn.
I'm trying to go to bed. And it's like, you know, it's Vegas, it's loud, it's EDC weekend, whatever. But we pulled it together the second night, got the job done. And I'll be calling the semifinals in August. So it's great, man. It's like progression. You know, it's like I kind of look at like that mountain, climbing that mountain, getting to call live UFC fights. I like maybe that's my new title chase. You know, maybe that's the next mountain I'm going to climb. You know, if I close this one out without a world championship, like maybe I'll get some satisfaction in pursuing that goal. Cause I feel like I'm right there. You know, I work very hard anytime I'm working the desk or getting the opportunity, even call regional fights. When I'm working up in Canada, I'm putting in hours and hours of work. I'm not one to cut corners and try to lean on my intelligence and the time I've been in the sport. I study these guys. So it's you know, it's one of those things where I feel like if I put in the work and I produce the results, I think I'll get there in due time. But that's definitely like that's the other mountain to climb for me, is someday be sitting next to Paul Felder and calling some UFC fights. Paul Felder particularly, that's my guy.
Why is it? I know you do the show with him, but is it because you think he's one of the best at it, or you just have chemistry?
I think we have good chemistry. I can talk to any of these guys. You know,
Right.
I consider them all friends. Bisping, Dominic, DC, even though DC loves to bust my balls. I have good chemistry with all of them, but I'm big on manifestation, bro. Like I'm a big time like I'm always about like manifesting the desired result. Like I'll never forget when I was when Cody McKenzie was on The Ultimate Fighter. He gave me an Ultimate Fighter T-shirt, and I remember sitting in my room holding the T-shirt, looking at the logo on the shirt, and I was like, "It's gonna be a piece of glass someday." You know, I'm manifesting. This is
Wow.
gonna be a glass trophy. Holding this T-shirt, and sure enough, if you go back and watch when I got the glass trophy, I said it feels just like I thought it would.
Wow.
So when I think about manifesting commentary with Paul, it's just because getting the reps together on the show, you know, him and I working together, and just the way we talk, I'm like, that's just part of my manifestation. Is my first UFC commentary gig, I'm going to be next to Paul Felder.
I hope no one takes offense to this. I think of all, I am most interested in the interviews, right? That's what I love doing the most. I've never wanted to be a play-by-play guy or an analyst. I love the interviews. I think of all the people, and I think the roster is fantastic, the broadcast roster. I think Paul is the best post-fight interviewer on the UFC roster right now. If you watch him work, you see that he listens, and then he asks follow-ups. He gets right to the point. There's no BS questions. Like, he asks the pertinent questions. I think he does such a good job. I'm always so impressed with him.
Yeah, I think there's something about him, and as I say this, I can't put my thumb on the why, but I just feel like fighters just feel very comfortable with him. They relate to him very well. So I think it's easy for them. I think Paul can draw out good answers from his questions because I think fighters feel very comfortable with him. He speaks very well. He's an intelligent guy. Yeah, I can see that. I agree. He does a very good job with his post-fight interviews. He does a good job in general, except for when his friends are fighting. When his friends are fighting, he struggles a little.
It's tough. I don't blame him.
I can't imagine, dude.
So does DC. So does DC. They all do. I mean, that's just life. That's just humanity. Okay, I'll let you go on this. So you talk about like manifesting and what are you feeling for August 3rd? How does this play out?
A vintage win. I'm talking. Go out there, be confident, get to the back, get a rear naked choke, and just do it the way. Get a win the way that got me to the big show. Take the back, fight's over. But nonetheless, I'm preparing for a tough Tony Ferguson. I'm prepared to go 15 minutes. I know what I'm getting myself into. And people can look at the 0-7 streak, but the competitor in me knows that Tony can still compete right now. So I'm preparing for whatever. But I'm manifesting a submission win.
That would be wild. Dana White said on Saturday, win or lose, he wants Tony to retire. So you could end up being that last fight for him. And I know that's a tough spot because no one wants to be the guy to retire Tony Ferguson because he's beloved. But you have to look out for yourself.
Yeah, and it's it's there's no friendships in the sport. You know, he's a guy I have a ton of respect for. We've talked before and we've communicated maybe, you know, a few years ago about training together possibly, but you know, if he's signing on the dotted line, so am I. And I'm not looking at it like this is his last fight. I'm going at him like this is fight number 13 on his win streak. So I'm preparing for that guy. I'm not thinking about the retirement talks, the losing streak. I'm ignoring all the talk. I'm treating Tony like that this is his 13th fight on his win streak. So that's the guy I'm preparing for.
Good luck, Mike. Thanks as always. Great to have you on. Appreciate it.
Team Bam Bam. Make sure to tune in next weekend. Brady Houston against Garrett Armfield at the Apex, your favorite place to watch fights.
Love it. Thanks, Mike. Talk to you soon. All the best. There he is, Michael Chiesa. Peace and love. Peace and love. I love it. I love it over there. And they are not at the Apex this weekend, by the way. They are at the beautiful KFC Yum Center. I think it's still called the KFC Yum Center. It was the KFC Yum Center when I was there back in, 2010 or 11 for the Martin Kampmann Diego Sanchez fight. Is it still the KFC Yum Center?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yum explanation point or exclamation point.
Yeah, gonna have to get a bucket on Saturday for sure.
Are you doing a fight feast?
No, not for KFC.
Why?
No, I'm not doing a fight feast for a fast food restaurant.
For Louisville. What if they sponsor it?
Yeah, all right, yeah, sponsored.
There was once a time where KFC sponsored our show. Rick had to eat a whole bunch of the sandwiches.
Had to. I would willingly do that. It'd be delightful.
All right, I'm going to work on that between now and
Are you going to talk to the Colonel himself?
That one missed, Frank. I mean, didn't he pass away?
Oh, wow. Come on.
A little sensitivity goes a long way. All right.
Me?
How about Friday's live show in Newark? What a scene it was, what a time it was. And we kicked things off in front of the sold-out crowd with the number one contender in the lightweight division, the Pride of Armenia. And he was there on Saturday, obviously, to watch the lightweight title fight, which headlined UFC 302. But a lot has changed since we spoke to him on Friday. Regarding the division, we now know who won. We now know who's the champion. We wonder what is next for him and when he'll fight and what the schedule looks like. All those things and more shall be asked and hopefully answered as we discuss things with one Arman Tsarukyan. Hello, Arman. Good to see you again.
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Did you have fun on Friday?
Yeah, was super good. Thank you so much for inviting.
Amazing. We had all those fans.
It was the best interview ever.
Number one,
definitely.
We had fans there with our Armenian flags. You saw that?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, of course. And then I took a picture with them and so good. And I hope you're going to do again.
Amazing. Well, the next time we do it,
that interview.
You come with the belt next time. And so that will be very nice.
Definitely. Do it in November and then on November, please.
Okay. So let's talk. First of all, you were there on Saturday. What did you think of the fight? Just your overall thoughts on the fight and how it played out.
First round was like Islam dominated him first round. I said, no way. So Dustin was looking bad in the first round, but second, third, and in other rounds, he was looking so good. And I thought if it's going to be decision right now, Dustin could win because it's in US and crowd, everybody support him. And it was super excited fight, and I was I had fun when I was watching that fight. It was back and forth, they punch each other, and Islam tried to wrestle, and he couldn't do what he wanted to do. So I think Dustin showed very good fight for him. So, but unfortunately he got choked, and if he could survive last 2 minutes, and he could win this fight, because it was some people say 2-2, some people say 3-1, but never know. Fifth round is the most important round.
Were you surprised?
And sometimes the judges see the cuts, and what the body says. So,
were you surprised that Dustin had as much success as he had?
I wasn't, because I knew he hard very good, and I told everybody it's like 60-40. Everybody thought like, oh, Islam gonna win him like 100%. You know, he's not gonna give him any chance. But like I knew it's gonna be tough fight. You know, and Dustin, he's a dog, so I wasn't like his defender of wrestling was super good, and Islam couldn't choke him. But like when he got tired in the 5th round, yeah, he got it.
When you're watching that fight, and maybe you're seeing Dustin have success in stopping the takedowns, he's having success on the feet. Are you watching that saying, "Oh man, if I'm in there with him, this is going to be a great night for me"? Like, are you looking at it from that vantage point, how you would fare against the Islam that we saw on Saturday?
You know, it wasn't the best his performance. He looked not that he got tired and like he was slow. And I feel like Islam doesn't have very good condition, so or like maybe he got sick or whatever. But I'm not like judging him just because of lost his fight. You know, I gotta watch all his fights and like take him serious. And he's a number one. Like he's a pound for pound fighter, and you know, I'm just I'm just gonna prepare like the best version of Islam Makhachev. I'm not gonna like underestimate him or Dustin can defend his wrestling. I'm gonna defend as well. So, but like I'm gonna do my work and I know what I gotta do.
Oh, what do you think happens if you fight the version of Islam that we saw on Saturday?
Yeah, it would be a very easy fight for me.
What do you mean by easy? Like, how do you think that plays out? How does it end?
I mean, I could over wrestle him that fight as well because he got tired.
You think?
But like when you're tired, you know, when you're tired, you can do shit. So
Right. And
even if you have the best skills in the world, so if you're tired, you're done.
do you think that that's a thing that has plagued him throughout his career? Do you think that his cardio is an issue, or just in that fight?
I mean, if all his 5 rounds fights, he got tired with Volkanovski, he got tired with Dustin, and hopefully it's gonna be my key, you know, to win this fight
Mm-hmm.
because of my card.
After the fight, were you surprised that your name didn't come up in the post-fight interview, either from Joe Rogan or him?
No, because you know why Islam gonna try, you know, not take this fight because this is like the most dangerous fight for him. But Dana White said Arman next, and Arman gonna fight with Islam Makhachev because, and he said like everybody wants to see that fight, and like everybody in UFC and out of UFC knows like who is gonna give him the hardest fight in UFC. So if he passed me, if he wins me, yeah, he could go 170 or whatever he wants. So, but like I feel like it was like just one defense from 155 fighters, and like it was the hardest fight on his career, one of the hardest fight. So, but next one me, and we'll see what happened. And after me, he can figure out what he wants to do.
When you're in the arena there and he says, 170, he'd like that and all that, what is your reaction when you're hearing that in the moment as he's speaking in the cage?
I knew that.
You knew that?
I knew that, because I knew that it's better to fight with Leon Edwards. He doesn't know how to wrestle very well like me, and he's a 170 fight. It's a more high fight. I understand him. It's the best. This is better fight. If UFC offer him to fight 170, of course, if I were him, I'm gonna fight for the belt, for the double belt. Because it's a history. He can make a history. So, but like, I feel like he doesn't deserve yet, and he gotta beat a couple more fighters in 155 and then go to 170. But like, we'll see if he wants to go 170. Just leave with that title. We're gonna figure out. Like,
no, we need to see this fight.
UFC can find someone.
We need to see you versus.
Yeah,
him.
me too. This is the best fight, and it's gotta be the second fight. Like if my first fight was with him, and for the title, I wanna get that rematch. And like everybody wants to see that fight because even his fans wants to see that fight, because yes, I just came Russian, like a lot of people from his country, not country, like from Dagestan, came to me and said, "Oh, I'm so excited to see your fight with Islam." It's like I think he's saying like it's one of the best fights it's gonna be because you're like a very good. You have very good skills. He has very good skills, and like nobody can beat him. Just maybe you. Like his people tell him like
Yeah.
that.
Well, to be fair to him, in his post fight press conference, he did say if you are next, and he's okay with it. So I don't feel like he's trying to duck you or anything like that. What do you think? Did you see those comments,
Yeah.
and do you feel the same?
Yeah, of course he doesn't want to push. He said if Dana White says I'm gonna fight with Arman, I'm gonna fight with Arman. Yeah, Dana White already said you're gonna fight with Arman, and that's it. So
Okay.
we're done.
Did you?
And hopefully they're gonna send me contract. And yeah, he wants to fight in New York, Madison Square Garden. It's the best case scenario for me.
You like that too? Why do you like that one?
It's a one of the best places, in the world for fighting. It's a history place, Madison Square Garden, and like a lot of fighters fought there. So boxers, a lot of a lot of events was there. So I want to fight there in my once in my life. So I already fought in Abu Dhabi, so it's good. Abu Dhabi, like my people can come there and like they don't need visa. But like anyway, America is a different. The people is different. The marketing is different, and you can make more money if I'm gonna fight in Madison Square Garden, not from UFC, from the in other companies.
Sure. And there's a lot of your fans, a lot of your country mates that
Yeah,
are here
sure,
too. So
sure.
as we saw,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'm sure.
LA is gonna be in New York definitely that day.
Yes. And so when you left the arena on Saturday, did you leave? When we spoke on Friday, you were very confident. Then you watched him. Did you leave with even more confidence? Like, oh yeah, I can't wait for this. I can't wait to fight this guy. This guy isn't, who everyone thinks he is. Is that
No, I was same. I was same.
Okay.
I just watched his mistakes, and I want to watch one more time at that fight, to make my game plan very well and just go there and do my work. So I'm thinking about that fight every day since when I fought with him. So 5 years, I'm thinking every day about that fight. Definitely, like it's like one of the best fights for me as well. Like if I was a fan, I would like to watch that fight.
When's the last time you watched that first fight?
Maybe a couple of days ago.
Oh wow! After his fight.
But I hate that fight. I hate fights where I lose. So that's the worst fights. And like when you do a lot of mistakes, you can't watch your fights. You're like, why I did this? I could do here like different techniques. So I'm like, and like I watch like a fan. When the fans watch the live, they like then don't understand why you like miss the punch or whatever. So and I do same when I watch my fights.
I'm curious if you watched it after his fight against Dustin.
Not yet, so I want to watch.
Okay. No, like you said, you watched it a couple days ago. Your fight against
after after when like Dana White said like Arman is next, I overwatched that fight and so I gotta study, and he's very good everywhere, and I gotta find some little details and to be smart, just not go there and like try to kill him.
How many times do you think you've seen
I
it
gotta be smart.
in the last 5 years?
That fight?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 times.
Wow, amazing.
But the best fight, like that I like to watch is like short fights. When I like knocked out people in the first round and didn't do any mistakes.
Yeah. Dariush.
This is the best fight to watch.
Right.
Yeah. Or Yaga. So.
Right. So at this point, what are they saying to you? It's going to happen this year, but obviously I would imagine they're not confirming the date or the location or anything like that. Is that fair?
Yeah, it hasn't confirmed yet. So we're just waiting for the matchmakers I think they're gonna wait for the fight Bilal versus Leon Edwards, and after that they're gonna figure out who is fighting where fighting. So they need a problem main event in October in Abu Dhabi, and if Chimaev wins, he could be in main event in October, and we can fight in November in Madison Square Garden.
Mm-hmm.
If not, yeah, probably we're gonna fight for in October, because someone gotta fight from Muslim fighters, in Abu Dhabi.
Sure. Okay. So right now, I would imagine you're happy that you'll get Islam because of the history, because of the first fight. Obviously, Dustin, I know you're not the best of friends, but ATT fighter as well. Were you sad for him on Saturday? It's probably better for you that Islam won, right? Because as we discussed on Friday, if Dustin would have won, maybe they would have done rematches and that. But also, just as someone who I think you have respect for and you see in the gym, and he's talking about his family. Could you describe the emotions that you were feeling there? Because I'm sure it was a mix of emotions.
Yeah, I was sad, definitely, because first of all, he's my teammate, but like not just like a teammate. I was a fan over there. I was watching that fight, and it was his last chance. Could be UFC champion, and like a fan, I would like to see him as a winner. And yeah, I was sad. So, and it is what it is. So I'm next. Maybe I'm gonna bring that. Not maybe. I'm gonna bring that title in ATT, and everybody gonna be happy.
Mm-hmm. And what's the official prediction?
My prediction with Islam Makhachev?
Yeah.
The same. Knock him out.
Okay.
That's it.
I just didn't know if it changed since Friday.
No. Nothing changed.
Okay. By the way, I saw a photo. I saw a photo of you with an alligator around your neck. Is this a real thing? And is that an alligator that was alive, or that you took their
I choked him out.
You choked him?
No, I choked him out.
Serious?
I choked him out. Yeah, I catch him, pull him out from the river, choke him, and put on my.
I don't
back.
believe you. That's not true. What is the truth?
Oh my God! I'm gonna send you a video.
You have a video?
I'll pull him.
Where? Where is this?
In Florida. I got a license to kill the alligator.
Yo. So what kind of? So you go fishing for the alligator?
You throw the hooks.
Yeah.
On the river, the alligator got the hook, and like you gotta pull it. We pulled me and my friend. We pulled one alligator, and hopefully he was the like 7 or 8 feet, 6, maybe 6, 7, 8 feet. But like there is like 12 feet, 13 feet alligators, and hopefully he was small. So.
Whoa! And how much he weigh?
I don't know, like maybe 50, 70 pounds.
What do you put on the hook?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You just catch it without the meat, anything. Just hook.
Louise.
Empty hook.
And then you choked it?
Yeah, I choke him.
Stop it.
And then
what are you talking? Oh, and then you shoot it? God.
Choke him.
What's? How did you get your license for this?
I don't know, my friend. No. Like I kill a lot of animals, but I didn't post it because in other animals it's sad, But like alligators, it's okay.
Why? Why is it okay?
They eat people. Because they eat people,
You're not nervous when you're choking it that it's gonna bite you?
No, my friend like grab his mouth. I was choking.
What, rear naked choke? Guillotine? What are you doing?
No, rear naked choke.
Golly.
On his back. I was on his back mount and like choking.
Are you serious right now?
Yes.
You choked an alligator. How come you don't post the video?
because like people gonna no after choke I'd like shoot him.
No, choke
That's why I didn't
show
want
the video. Take a video of you choking it, like you in the rear naked with
because we were like 3 guys over there,
you're
and
all
like
busy.
we tried like
Yeah.
bring bring him back, and like do
Sure.
some things. But we have a video how we like pulling him from the river.
And what do you do with the alligator afterwards?
Boots.
Boots.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm gonna wear on my title fight
Oh,
the alligator boots.
okay. All right. Golly, that's terrifying, I must say. By the way, I saw another video. And you've done this multiple times?
No, it was my first time.
Okay. Will you do it again?
I don't think so.
Why?
No,
Why?
it's kind of it was easy. I don't like that. So you like throw the hooks. Like pull him is difficult to pull him. But like
Easy.
anyway, I like to find. It's I like real hunting. To get like real meat.
Like what?
Like mountain goat.
Okay. Where you do that in Russia? You do that?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. All right.
Yeah, but I don't like to post that, so
Yeah, I
people
know.
don't like that.
Yeah, I know people get
And
upset.
even my family,
They get mad at you.
when I bring meat, they don't say, they say like don't bring meat at home. Like cook whatever you want, do whatever you want, just like don't bring it here.
What? They're a vegetarian?
No vegetarian. They don't like the hunting.
Yeah, I know. I understand. I saw another video where you're like paying a barber a lot of money. What's going on over here? Is it because you're a nice haircut? You have a very nice haircut. Your beard. What's this? You know what I'm talking about? This video. I saw it on TikTok. You're giving a barber a lot of money. Who's this guy?
Because he got private jet for me, and that's why I paid him money.
Oh,
15K.
I thought it was for the haircut.
No. He's my barber. So, and he knew a lot of people like who has a jet, and like they sent me jet. And when I came here, I said how much I gotta pay, and he said 15K. So, and like I gave him, he said like 13K or something like that, and I gave him for the haircut as well. So it was like total 15K.
When was that? To come to Russia now?
No, come to LA.
Oh, for what?
From no, I was in New York.
Yeah.
And flew to I flew to LA from New York.
Okay.
But like from New York to Russia, come like for private jet you're gonna cost like 200K at least.
Yeah.
For 15K, you can just fly in the US.
Okay. Because I thought your haircut is so nice. I thought you were paying him 15K for the haircut. It's that high level.
No way, not yet. When I'm gonna be a champion, I can't do that. So, but like,
okay.
How much you pay for your haircut? You have a good haircut.
You like it? I do it myself.
Yeah.
By myself.
Khabib style.
Yeah, but I keep the mustache. He doesn't keep the mustache.
Yeah.
You know, they shaved this part for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Because of religion.
It's religion? That's why they shave it? Okay.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. Salam alaikum, inshallah. Alhamdulillah. You speak Arabic?
Yeah. No. Do you?
Shway. A little bit. My parents are from the Middle East. My mom is from Lebanon. My dad from Egypt.
Oh, nice. So you're a Muslim?
I'm not. I'm Jewish.
What do you mean? Your father from Egypt?
Yeah. There used to be a lot of Jews living in Egypt.
Oh, okay, got you.
In the 60s and 70s. And my mother from Lebanon. There used to be a lot of Jews. They're all gone now, but yes, that's where we come from. You're Christian, right?
Yeah.
We're all one. You know what I'm saying?
Say again?
We're all one. We're all brothers.
Yeah. Of course, of course.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you before we let you go, the division and the 170 and all that. Are you rooting for Bilal? Because I feel like if Bilal wins, then there'll be no chance that he can move up because they're friends and teammates, right? So are you rooting for Bilal on July 27th, or you don't care? You don't think
Yeah.
it factors in at all?
No. I'm gonna rooting for him. So I've never watched his fights. I just watched like a couple of short uh reels from him.
Yeah.
But I'm not his big fan. But I'm gonna be big fan on his next fight.
Why are you not big fan?
I don't know because his style. I don't like to watch like people who has like him style. I like to watch some people who strike very well or wrestle very well, but he can do everything. Like he's he's well rounded, so he can wrestle, box, but like I like to watch someone who can box very well or like wrestle very well.
Yeah. No, I understand. Well, you should be the guy next.
Yeah.
That's what should happen. I'm happy to hear Dana's on board, Islam's on board, and hopefully we get the fight. Maybe here, if you do it here in New York, you have to come to our studio, okay, before the fight and after the fight with the belt.
And you gotta put my
A toy
over here.
You
as
have
well.
one. You have a toy.
Yeah, I have
How do I get it?
$300, brother. Send me as well. No, I'll give you.
All right, fine.
I'll give you to.
Okay. Thank you, my
I'll
friend.
give you.
Spasiba.
No problem. Не за что.
By the way, have you ever met Karo Parisian?
Yeah, no, I've never met him, but I heard about him. So I have a coach in LA. He trained him, and he knows him very well. And he said he's very, very athletic and like very
Legend.
good fighter. But but he had the problem with his regime, and what's the call that when you don't go sleep the right time?
Oh,
What's the call that?
like his discipline.
Yeah, he has no discipline. That's why he didn't get title.
Yeah. And Manny Gamburian, his cousin. You ever meet him?
Yeah, I know Manny Gamburian.
Yes.
And when I was fighting in the Apex, he was like my corner. He
Oh.
wasn't my corner, but he was like a fan there. Like Apex is a small arena, and I was always like listening to him, and like he always like saying something. Like I did that right away. Like, and first fight I couldn't understand who is the Armenian guy who can speak Armenian very well, and he who knows me very well, and what should I do?
I love it.
So, and like and once he said me like, Arman, like show like jab and like throw your left kick, and I did it, and I didn't understand who was that, and after fight he said it was me, so it was funny.
That's amazing. You guys stick together. I like it very much. Thank you as always for the time, Arman. Great to see you on Friday. Great to have you back on the show. Enjoy your time away, and good luck in the road to this fight.
Thank you so much. Hopefully we're gonna meet in New York.
Yes, you're welcome anytime, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Okay, there he is. Bye-bye. There he is, Arman Tsarukyan. Remember, at the end of last year in our preview show for The Ringer, I said, end of 2024, the lightweight champion of the UFC shall be Arman Tsarukyan. Who remembers this? Does anyone remember this? Anyone at all?
Who, me?
Yeah, that's right.
No.
I said it. Did I put money on it? No, that's not me. I'm not that guy. Can we get a drop of Arman saying boots? Did you guys hear that when I said, what do you do with the alligator? He said,
Yeah.
I make boots.
He said he's going to wear it to the press conference before he fights for the title. Amazing.
Oh my God. Boots, man. Incredible. You know what I was thinking about something as we prepare to get Savannah Marshall on? I'm very excited to have her on. Undisputed super middleweight champion and former middleweight champion, making her PFL debut. You know, in this era, and I see it a lot with my kids, I was trying to think, like, why is Dustin so special to so many people, and why did he connect with so many people? Number one, how rare is it? Like, anyone could be a champion. There's a whole bunch of champions in the sport and in the UFC and in the history of the UFC, and not all of them resonate, not all of them connect, not all of them have this thing that makes you feel a certain way. Dustin has that. A, because like I said, we were introduced to him for so many years. B, because of the trials and tribulations, and he always shows up and he wears his heart on his sleeve. But I think one of the things that makes Dustin so special in this day and age in sports, what is it all about? I'm him, right? I'm him. I'm the man. I'm the man. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Athletes should have that type of confidence. But in an era where people are saying I'm him, where I'm him is a phrase that my kids, my son makes a layup in our driveway and he goes, I'm him. It's all about me, 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 me. What does Dustin say? Joe says to him, you're the man, I'm just a man. He's the antithesis of the I'm him movement. He's just a guy. He's just a guy trying to live his dreams, trying to provide for his wife and his daughter, trying to realize his dreams. I think that's part of the appeal here. He is so different than other superstars, than other people who puff their chest out. And he has confidence and he has swagger and all these things. But I was thinking about that yesterday, and the way that he is able to make people connect with him and feel a certain way, the way that men and women were trying to will him to the top. Theo Vaughn, his good friend, is in the front row there, like trying to do everything in their power from the outside to get him over the hump. It's a very unique thing. Not every champion makes people feel that way. Not every fighter makes people feel that way. And I hope that he recognizes, wherever he may be, I know he's back home in Lafayette, I hope he recognizes just how unique that is, how special that is, and how much greater in the long run that is for his legacy and his career than 12 pounds of gold. Everyone wants that gold. It's validation. But if you could get to the point as an athlete and as a fighter that you could connect with people on that level, it's, to me, what separates the legends from the champions, the legends from the fighters. Just a thought. All right. I'm looking forward to this Saturday, June 8th. The PFL is back in Europe, PFL Europe, and they're holding an event in Newcastle. And the PFL Europe series, if you will, they've done a great job of building talent, finding up-and-comers, superstars, filling a void, I think, in the European MMA circuit, which has had its ups and downs, but there's a boatload of talent. And obviously a couple of weeks ago, we had Dakota Chiesa on. Several months ago, they announced that Savannah Marshall, the current super middleweight champion, undisputed champion, the former WBO middleweight champion, had an incredible fight around a year and a half or so ago with Clarissa Shields, one of the best female boxers, top 10 pound for pound, very much in her prime, just 33 years young, that she was going to sign with PFL and compete for them. And PFL has had some moments where they've signed people and they haven't actually fought. Jake Paul, Francis Yet, Jake Paul, like I said, Amanda Serrano. There have been a few instances recently where these news stories haven't really come to fruition. The signing hasn't led to an actual fight. And so we wondered for a minute if Savannah Marshall would be the same. Was it just a PR stunt, if you will? It ain't. She is fighting on Saturday, June 8th, in Newcastle, a home game, if you will, for her. And she's fighting Mirela Vargas, who is 1-2, who likes to finish fights early, likes to be involved in crazy quick fights. And this is happening. She has trained with the likes of Tom Aspinall and Phil DeFries, Mick Parkin over in England as well. And so she is making the switch from boxing to mixed martial arts, something that very few people in their prime have ever done. Clarissa obviously did it, and now she's following in her footsteps, and perhaps the rematch will be in a cage and not a ring. And so let us say hello now to Savannah Marshall, who is kind enough to join us here on the program. Nice to meet you, Savannah. Thank you very much for the time.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me on.
It is a pleasure, and I'm very intrigued by what is about to, transpire on Saturday. I'm just curious. You've been in a lot of big fights. You've competed on the biggest of stages, obviously the Olympics, etc., in addition to the title fights. On this Wednesday before the Saturday fight, can you describe the nerves, the anxiety? You are walking into the great unknown. This is a whole new world for you. How are you dealing with it all?
Do you know what? I'm actually waiting for the nerves to kick in. I think it's not like fight week for a boxing match. It's totally different, and it's exciting. For a long time now, I don't think I've experienced nerves really fight week for boxing. So because this is all new, I'm waiting for them to kick in, but it's not today.
Do you think there's a chance that they won't kick in?
Maybe, but I doubt it. Look, I've never been in the cage before. I've never walked to a fight in flip-flops before. So for me, this is all, like you said, the unknown.
Okay. Did you reach out to PFL, or did they reach out to you first with this idea many moons ago?
No, so how it come about, it was after my fight with Clarissa at the O2. Obviously she signed with the PFL. They approached me and said, look, have you ever thought about doing MMA? Would you consider a potential matchup with Clarissa in the cage? And that was it. I was like, yeah, why not? It's not something I've thought about, but it's got my ears pricked and I'm invested.
So it never crossed your mind before? This was never something on the bucket list for you, or on the to-do list, if you will?
It was never on the bucket list, but when lockdown hit in 2020, I remember seeing MMA fighters were getting a lot more opportunities than what female boxers were. So I did a little bit, and when I say a little, I mean, a couple of sessions with Molly McCann and Liam McCourt in Liverpool. And I remember thinking, look, like nothing's taken off for women boxers. So let's give it a go. And then women's boxing went through the roof, and we were getting all these opportunities, and I got a world title opportunity.
Okay. And so when they approach you, do they approach you with the, idea like, hey, you fight once or twice and we'll do the rematch with Clarissa? Is that what this is all about?
So it's they've given me a 4-fight deal. And I think it's all about what happens on Saturday to go from there, whether I'll get the Clarissa rematch in the cage, whether I don't. Obviously, there's a lot of politics and things go behind it, but that is the goal for me.
When you watch Clarissa fight in MMA, and I know you were at her fight in Saudi Arabia back in February, what is your assessment of how she looks in there?
To be honest, before I started training myself, I was really critical. And then when I started doing it myself, I thought, right, I can see how she's struggling now, because to transition from boxing to MMA, it's a lot harder than what I thought, a lot harder.
So here we have two of the, 10 best pound-for-pound fighters in the world as far as women's boxing is concerned, and they're going over to MMA. Any of the, top 10 male pound-for-pound boxers aren't even sniffing MMA. They're not even considering it. What's the difference here? Why are the women considering it? And Amanda Serrano has obviously signed with PFL, and she's fought in MMA before, and she says she's going to do it. So that would be 3. What's the difference between the male and the females?
From my experience, you can't have an ego in MMA. That's what I've learned, especially coming from boxing, because you literally, if you even BJJ, if you've never rolled before, you get humbled very, very quickly. And I think women deal with that a lot easier than men.
That is really interesting. And so I'm wondering, how have you been dealing with it? Because you guys are coming in, and you in particular, but I asked Clarissa this exact question. You are so used to being on top, and you've been boxing since you were, I think, 11 or 12 years old, right? And so you've perfected it, and now you humble yourself to where you're a white belt, to where you don't even know what to do, right? It's just such a different world. Even the stance is different. And so how do you deal with that? Are there moments where you're driving home and you're like, what the hell did I sign up for? Why am I doing this? Why do I have to reprogram my brain? How have you dealt with that journey to get to Saturday?
100%. Like you said there, I've went from being elite. I've went from not really even thinking about what I'm doing. Sometimes I'll go in the boxing gym and I'll do 10 rounds on the bags, and I'll not even be thinking about what I'm doing. Maybe I'm thinking about going shopping or something. Whereas in this, I literally can't switch off for a second. And I do, and before you know, I'm in a choke and I've had a tap. And very, very early on, there was times I'd be driving home from sessions thinking, what on earth have I left myself in for? I'd be shaking because it's been that intense, where physically, mentally, I haven't been able to switch off for a second. And in boxing, because I've done it for that long, it's really become second nature. It's muscle memory. I don't really have to really think about what I'm doing. It's so reactive.
Was there ever a point where you thought this isn't for me and I've made a mistake and I should back out?
No, because I'm really enjoying it. You think I've boxed for 20 plus years. So 20 years of jab, 1-2, 1-2 hook, uppercut. There's only so many variety of punches you can throw. There's only so many camps you can have, and they very rarely change. Whereas there's your BJJ, your wrestling, your kicking. Every session is different, and every session I'm learning something new. And for me, you think you've done the same thing for 23 years, just to be shown the most basic, simple, new technique. I've really, really fell in love with it.
Wow. Were there people around you, teammates, handlers, confidants who are like, please don't do this? You're still one of the best in the world. You don't need to do this. Were there people who were trying to convince you to not sign with PFL?
No, not really. More my family and friends, because they're not MMA fans. And when you're watching it, you think, wow, that is brutal. That is so dangerous. But actually, I think because it is that dangerous, it's so very controlled. I've probably had more injuries in a boxing camp than what I have in this MMA camp.
Really?
Which is quite bizarre. Yeah. I think because it's so controlled, because you can get injured so easy.
I'm surprised to hear that, because you're using your whole body in MMA, right? And so there's so many more targets.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, very early on, couldn't move my neck.
Yeah.
Lower back, continuously stiff. But in boxing, I think it's, you spar, you go all out. Obviously, when I've been sparring, you get kicked, you get kneed in the head, you get kicked in the head full force. Do you know, it's a lot more harmful rather than boxing. You put 16-ounce gloves on.
Yeah.
Sparring here, they're a lot smaller. We don't wear red guards.
What was the toughest thing to get used to so far?
Bizarrely, for me, transitioning my boxing stance.
Yeah.
I was leaning on the back foot. Can't do that because I'll get took down straight away. I was quite side on. Can't do that because you've got to defend a takedown. Hands below my waist. Can't do that because there's kicks coming. I'm not just looking out for hands.
Yeah.
So the hardest part for me was totally just overhaul of me, what worked for me in boxing.
Mm-hmm. And you joked about the flip-flops. What about just competing barefoot? How's that?
Oh, honestly, my feet have never looked so ugly. Or the pain in the feet is just next level. It's something I've never ever thought about. I've always wore boxing boots.
Yeah.
And to come in the gym, I've got no skin on my feet. My toenails are falling off. It's total different. I felt like a bit of a diva in boxing. In this, you're totally stripped down.
So who have you been training with in preparation for this? I hear some famous people.
So I've been training with Andy Aspinall, and I've known Andy for about 7 years now. So when I first turned professional with my coach Peter Fury, he had another boxer who was Tom Aspinall, and his dad was always there, Andy. And I think Tom had one fight with Peter when I first joined the stable, and then he wrapped in the boxing to concentrate on the MMA. But he'd always, over the 7 years, he'd always come spar Peter's other fighters. So I've had like a bit of a relationship, and I've known them for a while. And when this opportunity come about, Andy and Tom are the only people I really know in that sport. So reached out to Andy, can I come and do a bit of training? He's like, yeah, of course you can come along. And you know, I'm in such good hands, really good hands.
Oh yeah, two legends in their own right. My understanding is Tom will be in your corner on Saturday. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so Andy, Tom, and there's another brother called Joe. So I've got the full Aspinall family in the corner.
Wow, that is amazing. You got the interim champ in your corner. You got his dad in there. Is that Tom's brother, Joe?
Yeah, Tom's brother, who's also a black belt in BJJ.
That's quite the squad.
Yeah, it is.
Well done. Well, and so have you been in there with like Phil DeFries and Mick Parkin and all those guys?
Yeah. So obviously Mick and Phil are from Sunderland, where I'm from in the northeast, which is literally 10 miles from where I'm from. So it's nice to have people from up north, but also because look, I'm not an MMA. I'm not from that MMA background. There's been all sorts of legends coming in the gym, sparring, training. So really, I'm really blessed that I'm around MMA royalty all the time.
Mm-hmm. Any women there for you to train with?
There's a girl who comes in, does a little bit of training with me, but I haven't trained with no professionals really.
Wow, and you're okay with that? Like in terms of, grappling, sparring, you're training with men?
I've been grappling with a couple of women, because
Okay.
obviously women are a lot more flexible and that sort of thing. But the stand up, it's more with the men.
Wow, good for you. Well done. Is there a chance that you like this so much and it all goes so great on Saturday that you don't box again?
Maybe, but look, boxing is my bread and butter, and I want to get back in the ring. I do. I was supposed to box in March. That fell through. I'm just so grateful that the PFL were there to say, look, we'll give you an opportunity. How about making your debut? And I'm glad, because would I've still been sat on the shelf waiting for a boxing opportunity? Probably, yeah. But at least this way, I'm keeping active. I'm still doing a fight camp. I'm still doing the whole fight week, the ring walk, nerves, that sort of thing. Cage rust, whether it's a thing or not. But
It is.
I'm still, like I said, I'm still keeping my foot in the door, really.
One thing I'm fascinated about is that I feel, and correct me if you feel otherwise, the women's MMA fighters on the whole, regardless of where they're at, tend to get paid more than the women's boxers, which is interesting because the male boxers tend to get paid more than the male MMA fighters. Would you say that's the same here? Are you making more for this fight than you would in a big boxing match?
Well, my last couple of boxing fights have been big boxing fights.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting paid as much. But I do think, especially for me, where I'm at now, there's more opportunity for me in MMA. Even though I'm undisputed middleweight champion, especially for women at the higher weights in boxing, there's not many women there.
Mm-hmm.
The pool's not as deep as if it was 60 kilo women, 57 kilo, Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano.
Yeah.
There's loads of girls at that weight. The higher weight, the pool's very, very shallow. So really, another big fight for me is Clarissa. And if it doesn't come off in the ring, I've got a chance of it coming off in the cage.
Why hasn't it come off in the ring?
Oh, boxing politics. Boxing politics, always the same.
Whose fault? Whose fault is it? Let's point fingers. Whose fault is it?
Oh, the promoters.
Okay, all right. Which one in particular? Let's name names. Is it Dimitri's fault?
That's always Dimitri's fault.
Come
always
on.
Dimitri's fault.
Really?
No, look, I think it's the whole case of not only that, she wants the rematch in America. My boxing coach can't get into America.
Mm.
I think it sells more, especially boxing in the UK, because women's boxing, I believe, is a lot more popular in the UK right now than what it is in America. So this whole list, where will it sell better?
Okay. What interests you more, a rematch in boxing or a rematch in MMA?
At the minute, I'm drawn towards MMA because it's a different narrative.
Yeah.
It's the whole, we haven't just got fists this time. We've got kicks, we've got knees, we've got groundwork, submissions. So then, and it's never been done before. Obviously, Conor went to the boxing ring.
Yeah.
But then Lloyd didn't go to the cage. So and I know we're both boxers, it's a whole new narrative.
By the way, some of the MMA fans out there may not know this. You debuted on that card back in 2017, the Maymac card.
Did you?
It's a crazy.
Did you?
Yeah, that's wild. What do you remember from that night?
Oh God, I boxed at about 4:00. There was about 30 people in the arena.
Yeah.
And then I got asked to leave straight after my debut because I didn't have a ticket. So I literally come out the ring, went to changing rooms, bouncer, security come in and said, "Where's your ticket?" I was like, "Oh, I haven't got one. I've just boxed." "No, you need a ticket." Cut my wristband off, and I was hurried out the back.
Really?
And I watched the fight, I think in Caesar's Palace, maybe.
Wow. And
Yeah.
did people, like, I'm sure people sitting there had no idea you had fought earlier on the night.
No, not at all.
Did that annoy you?
No.
Did that bum you out?
Yeah, I was fuming.
I don't blame you. You couldn't call
Oh,
up
what?
Floyd's team and say, yo, I just fought for you guys. What's up?
No, I wasn't. Yeah, I was on at 4 o'clock. I was a little fish in a big pond. But look, that's boxing.
Right. Do you have any kind of relationship with Floyd anymore?
No, not at all. I literally had my debut. I was over there, Vegas, for about 6 months, and it didn't work out. So I ended up coming back to the UK and signed with McKenzie, Eddie N, Sky Sports.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, it was a really good move for me because, like I said, I think women's boxing in the UK is really where it's at.
It's great right now. It's and you guys get great coverage. You're treated as mainstream stars. I'm wondering though, on the whole, why do you think women's MMA has kind of exploded quicker than women's boxing? Women's boxing in the last couple of years has come a long way, but you know, with Ronda and whatnot, women's MMA I think was getting more attention 10 years ago. What's the difference in your opinion?
From obviously dipping my toe in this MMA, I think worldwide MMA is a bigger sport.
Well, okay.
That's how I think boxing is very old school. That's how I see it. I don't think boxing's really not progressed, because how can you progress boxing? But I just think MMA, I think women get the same coverage men do.
Yeah.
Get the same opportunities, where it's only been since COVID, female boxers have been given opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And even still now, very rarely you see women headline, although we do get on cards. I think me and Clarissa, obviously Amanda and Katie, massive, but it's very, very rare you see 2 women headline, which is a shame.
Do you find yourself watching more MMA now?
Oh God, yeah. Me Instagram news feed is just full of BJJ. Yeah.
I love it. And as part of them, obviously you want to win, but part of the motivation to look better than Clarissa? To be more dominant?
Both.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Gosh, yeah. I'd love to say I've done it better.
I love that. That's the way it should be. By the way, just curious, a couple weeks ago we had Dimitri in studio and we got into a bit of a debate. I have long said and believed that Katie Taylor is the greatest women's boxer of all time. He obviously thinks Clarissa, and we were going back and forth. Can I ask your opinion? Who do you think is the GOAT, so to speak?
Obviously, I've been beat off Clarissa, so I want to say I've been beat off the rest. So I want to say I've been beat off the rest. But, however, I do think that, like I said earlier, the lighter weights, there's a lot more competition, a hell of a lot more competition. Like Katie, Delphine Pursoon, you've got Amanda Serrano, Chantel Cameron. These are back-to-back huge competitive fights. And you can say, has Clarissa ever really been tested like she was with me? No, not really. Even now, she's moving up a weight because there's no one really there to test her, to compete against, which is sad, but it's the reality of it. Mm-hmm. So look, for pound on paper, for what they've achieved, it's got to be Katie for me.
Is she going to be there, Clarissa, on Saturday?
Well, I'd seen her in Saudi a couple of months ago when she fought, and I'd said, "Oh, you've got to come to my debut." I was like, "I've sat here rings cage side and ripped you, so you've got to come and slander me." And she said she'd come. So whether or not she does, I've just seen she's got a fight coming up, so she might be in camp. But I hope she comes. Okay.
And last thing, what's the experience so far? And I know there's still a few days left, but just being with PFL, a new promotion, they're trying to create their own, spot in the sport. How do you feel like you're being treated? How do you like it so far?
The PFL are great. Honestly, since day dot, I feel like I said, I've just been treated amazingly. It's all equal. It's not like they've got favourites or anything like that. It's like you'd see sometimes in boxing, you're heading the card. They've got the red carpet out. No, everyone gets treated really, really well, and it's nice. It's nice to see whether you're at the top of the card or the bottom of the card. Mm-hmm. That's nice.
I think you'll find that in MMA. It's quite common. And I know I saw an interview that you did with Adam Smith where you talked about how the fans come in. Maybe it was with him, but that was a great piece, by the way, on their YouTube channel. But it was just like the fans show up early for all the fights. They know the ones on the bottom of the card compared to the top. It's all the same, and there's a lot more quality. And your point is a great one. I feel like in MMA, women, no one bats an eye when it's a card with 10 fights that are male fights. Main event is women. No one says that they're getting a lesser product. No one feels like they're getting anything, that's different than the rest of the card. It's all the same. And I don't know if that's always the case with boxing. Boxing has a little growing up to do in that regard. So I love the fact that you're doing this. I wish you nothing but the best. I will be watching. I can't wait for it, and I really hope that you smash it and you do better than Clarissa, so that we can maybe get that rematch in the cage. That would be a great story. So good luck to you. Thank you for the time, and can't wait to see it all unfold on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, it's a pleasure. There she is, Savannah Marshall, the super middleweight champion of the WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO, and Ring Magazine. Also the former WBO middleweight champion. She had a great fight back in 2022 with Clarissa Shields. And if you haven't seen it, if you're unfamiliar with her and what she's accomplished, she's one of the best in the world. She's a top 10 pound for pound, dare I say top 5 pound for pound women's boxer, making the transition over to boxing. That's a great fight. Go check it out on YouTube. Shields and Marshall. Marshall, who has lost to Shields, agrees with me that Katie is the greatest of all time. I mean, what more do you need? What more do you need? All this stuff about women's sports is fascinating. I came home on Monday and I saw wild stuff about Pat McAfee and Caitlin Clark and all these people, Stephen A. Smith. It's just crazy how many people are talking about women's sports right now, and in particular the WNBA, because of Caitlin Clark. And I would just like to say, I think the whole thing with McAfee was crazy. It was very clear what he was saying, and maybe the word choice wasn't the best, but he was supporting Caitlin Clark, and so yeah, I totally understood that, and anyone who doesn't, I think, is just looking to cause some trouble. But what I wanted to say, and this is probably a more complex conversation to have at a later date, I find it very interesting to see how the mainstream sports media covers and talks about women's sports and all this hullabaloo over the last few months in particular because of Caitlin Clark, as opposed to us in the MMA world in particular, who, we have women athletes on the show all the time. They're no different. I don't care if there's 5 on the show, there's 6 on the show, there's 1 on the show, there's 3 on the show. And I really feel like this sport, MMA, that at times is viewed as like this Neanderthal sport. And yes, we've grown up a lot. I really think everyone in the sport, from the promoters, from the media, from the fans, should really be proud of the fact that I think we cover and talk about and treat the women exactly like we do the men. I really do feel that way, and it's wild to see how some people don't know how to talk to women athletes, like that story that came out with the columnist from the Indy Star. They have just no idea how to do it. They are uncomfortable, they are awkward, they are weird, and they don't know how to even talk about it now with all this other drama going on with the WNBA and Caitlin Clark. And I don't feel like that's ever. I know there are some people out there who don't like women's MMA and women's boxing and all that stuff, but I feel like in particular, as far as like the mainstream MMA media, if you want to call MMA media that, or the bigger outlets, if you will, the people who have been covering the sport for a long time, I think that there's a lot to be proud of, because I don't feel like the fighters, the athletes, are ever uncomfortable or feel like they're being treated unfairly or covered differently. That's not a story. That's not a thing. And you see it happening now with basketball and other sports. It's very much a thing. And it's kind of eye-opening. It's like, wow, you guys have no idea how to do this correctly. You don't know what the words are to be said. You don't know what the descriptions should be. You don't know what the characterizations should be. You don't know what the debate should be, the talking point should be. It's all very fascinating to watch unfold, because I feel like it's so not a thing over here in this little corner of the sports world. I hope I'm expressing that correctly and verbalizing that the right way, because I just you don't really see that type of stuff over here. So Anyway, fascinating, and I am looking forward to the debut of one Savannah Marshall on June the 8th. It's a busy weekend, by the way, in the world of combat sports. You've got KSW 95. That is going down on Friday. And the aforementioned Phil DeFries is on there fighting Augusto Sakai, former UFC heavyweight. Marcin Held is on there as well. This card is taking place in Poland. You have one championship, 167, going down in Bangkok, Thailand. Rod Tang is on there. Mikey Musamichi is on there. Darth Rigatone. Liam Harrison is on there. Cade Rotolo is on there. There's some big names. Shout out. There's LFA. There's Cage Warriors. There's Octagon 58. Those venues and events just continue to get bigger. Carlos Vemela is on the bill. He's in the headliner. Leandro Silva and others. And then, of course, we have PFL Europe 2. That's the second one this season, with the likes of Savannah Marshall on there, with Kane Musa on there, Lewis McGrillen Evans on there, Dean Garrett on there, Dominic Wooding, and a whole bunch of others. The PFL Europe cards have been solid. You've got the UFC in Louisville, headlined by Jared Cannonier and Nassourdine Imavov. Dominic Reyes coming back against Dustin Jacoby. Raul Rosas Jr. against Ricky Tercios. Julian Marquez. Brad Katona. Cody Stamen, and others. And you also have Ryzen this weekend too. Ryzen 47 with Kyoji Horiguchi against Sergio Pettis. That's on, technically it's on Sunday morning at 1:30 a.m. But that is a solid card as well, with an amazing main event. And that might be all. I mean, there's a lot of freaking fights this weekend. No like super duper mega events, no UFC pay-per-view, but a lot to like and a lot to watch and a lot to follow. Let us move along to our next guest. This man will be one half of the co-main event on July the 27th. That's UFC 304. Back in England goes one Curtis Blaydes, and it's back against Tom Aspinall. You'll recall 2 summers ago, it was Blaydes versus Aspinall at the O2. It ended in a matter of seconds. Unfortunately, Tom Aspinall injured his knee. He has come all the way back, and now they're going to run it back, this time for the interim heavyweight title. Curtis Blaydes, kind enough to join us to talk about it all. Hello, Curtis. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Are you at the gym right now?
Yeah, I jumped out of the workout. I forgot that we had scheduled this for 1 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you mad at me?
No worries.
Are you annoyed?
No worries. I'm not annoyed at you. It's just, this is part of the job.
Okay.
Sometimes workouts have to be stopped for interview. This is a big deal. Big deal.
No. I won't keep you long then. Okay. So I feel sorry about that. I won't keep you long, and I see you're sweaty and all that. So just want to talk to you about the fight. Obviously, it's a really big deal. And I'm wondering, when you walked out of the cage, when you beat Jelton Almeida a few months ago, did you think in the back of your mind this could be next? Were you holding out hope, or did a few things have to happen for this to happen?
I mean, I knew there was a possibility because we have the history that TV or the UFC use that to market it, and I felt like it made the most sense. But this is the UFC. I wasn't holding my breath. I knew I was hearing Alex Pereira, he might do it. Then you always got John Jones hovering around. Hill, I thought even Brock Lesnar, he might be an option above me. So I wouldn't hold my breath, but I knew it was an option. I knew I was an option.
What about Cyril Gane? It comes out that they asked him too, right? So how do you feel about them asking him? And apparently he turned it down because he had a movie.
I'm not surprised. I got been saying for like 2 years now, like, he gets what he gets because he's French. He brings in all the French fans. If I was a Jamaican or German or just anything but just your standard American, I would be getting more of a push. And I don't mind it. We know what it is. It's business. It's the marketing, and that's fine. I'm happy he turned it down. I have no idea why he would turn it down, even if he is doing a movie. I highly doubt they're going to pay him what you're going to get paid for a title shot. But whatever. I'm just happy that I get this opportunity.
Yeah, and by the way, to be clear, when you say you're not surprised, are you not surprised that they offered it to him, or are you not surprised that he turned it down?
Yeah. Both.
Oh, really?
Both.
Really?
I'm not surprised they offered it because, yeah, like I just said, and I'm not surprised he turned it down because if you're looking at it from his perspective, he's already had 2 interim title shots. So he's probably thinking, oh, they're going to give me another one. I don't have to do this one. They'll give me another one. And he's probably right. That's the part. He's probably right. He's going to have his fight in Paris, most likely. Whoever he beats, they're going to ask him if he wants the next title shot. And he knows that. So he took the movie and was like, yeah, I'll do a title shot whenever. And he knows he'll get another opportunity.
Technically, this is for the interim belt. There's a lot of people like myself that consider Tom the best heavyweight in the world. Not trying to cause any ruckus, but that's just what I feel, especially given his trajectory, his youth, his activity. Do you feel like you're fighting for the real heavyweight title?
Absolutely. John won the heavyweight belt off of Cyril Gahn, who got the belt off of, was that with Eric Lewis? It was an interim title with
it was a vacant. It was not even there. He wasn't even champ. It was vacant because Francis left. You remember?
Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. I know John's gonna hear this like, what? He doesn't view me as the best heavyweight? No, John. I'm sorry. I don't think you've actually fought a heavyweight. I'm sorry. I don't. So yeah, I view Aspinall as the guy with the real belt.
Who do you consider to be the best heavyweight in the world right now?
Aspinall, 100%. Like the boy looks good. Like there's nothing bad you can say about him in the octagon. There's absolutely nothing bad. So at least with John, like I'm be honest, he doesn't look like a heavyweight. Like when he stepped in the cage with Cyril Gahn, I know I'm not the only one who thought he looked a little top heavy. He doesn't really have the legs of a heavyweight.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't view him as a heavyweight. He can prove me wrong. He could have fought Aspinall and proved everyone wrong, but he wants Stipe, and I get that also. That's money fight. So he took the money over the prestige and the recognition, which is fine. But if you're going to do that, you have to accept people aren't going to view you as the guy because you went for the money fight instead of the recognition fight.
Are you surprised that he's doing that? If only because, like, when he was a really young guy in the game, the legends were giving him fights, right? Shogun, Rashad, Rampage, all those dudes, Lyoto, and now he's not kind of returning the favor. Is what's bothering some people.
Yeah, I mean, and I can see how when you say it like that, when you bring up how he was able to get his opportunities, because those guys, they didn't have to fight John Jones. He was a young, scary guy who didn't really help them at that time. A win over him at that time wouldn't have helped them as much as him beating those guys. And it's the same exact scenario with Aspinall and John. I get it. John, we all know Aspinall's skinny. We know that. He's really good. If he beats you, then that would help his legacy a lot more than you beating him, helping out John's legacy. We understand that. But that's why. That's why he did it. He knows that Aspinall is a risky fight, and he knows the money's going to be there with Stipe. And hell, he beats Stipe. Who's to say he doesn't just like hang around? Like everyone's assuming that he's just going to retire. Who knows what he's going to do? He might still get this opportunity to fight me or Aspinall for the real belt. We'll just have to wait and see. But as of right now, I view him as the light heavyweight belt, not the heavyweight.
And I know you have to get by Aspinall, but just curious, do you think the winner of this fight fights the winner of Jones Stipe?
I mean, in a perfect world, yeah, but we don't know. Like, who knows? John, he might walk off into the sunset, or he might, stick around for a year and a half, and just, I might fight, I might not fight. He reminds me a lot of, I don't know if you watch NFL, if you're familiar with the Packers and Brett Favre.
Of course.
He reminds me of like Brett Favre at the end, like, I'm going to retire. I'm not going to retire. I'm going to retire. I'm not going to retire. He just enjoys being in the limelight. Like when he says those things, he knows the reaction it from the world. And obviously there's a reason behind that, but I think that's why he does these things. Like why he says, oh, should I fight Aspinall or Pereira? Because he wants to have these conversations constantly going about him. He's awesome at that, at like remaining relevant without actually having to have a fight. That's a skill. He's very good at that.
Tougher fight for you, Tom Aspinall or John Jones?
I say Aspinall just because he's younger, a little springier, and he's a natural heavyweight. I know John's the better grappler of the two of them, but I don't think that's enough of a determining factor to make him harder than Aspinall. I think Aspinall, because he's a legitimate heavyweight. I think he probably hits hard also. I mean, that's all speculation, but he looks like he hits harder than John. He has shown he can do grappling, just not at the highest level. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give it to Aspinall. But I know how when John hears it, he's gonna be like, oh, he thinks I suck. That's not what I'm saying, bro. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm asking you.
At this stage, bro, right now, Aspinall is a harder fight than John Jones for me right now. Yes.
When you fought Aspinall, we're scheduled to fight him in 2022, and he injured his knee. Did you know in the back of your mind you'll meet again? Did you have that feeling? Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I knew he wasn't old. I'm not old. I knew we'd both be hanging around the top 5. I ain't gonna lie, I did not expect him to like shoot up the way he did after the injury and win the belt, but that just makes the story all the better.
Yeah. I know you guys kind of bonded afterwards. Does it make like did you write to him when this fight got booked? Do you have a relationship of any kind, or is it strictly business now?
No, I mean right now it's strictly business, but after the fight, like immediately after the fight, we were talking about, hey, if circumstances were different, like I work out with you. I would train with him. If heavyweight was as deep as like the other weight classes, like flyweight, bantamweight, like those weight classes, maybe in another reality we work out together. But I do like him. He's a nice guy. He has skills. Like I know one with other highly skilled guys that can only help him. He's probably the most well-rounded heavyweight I've ever faced. Besides maybe Volkov. But even he's so much faster than Volkov. Oh yeah, I like him, but you can like somebody and still beat up. I beat up my homies all the time in sparring. So,
usually when there's an overseas fight, the guys who are traveling overseas, I think, are at somewhat of a disadvantage because you have to get on their time zone, jet lag. I actually feel like the Americans for this card are at an advantage because you could pretty much stay on your time zone while the Brits who are training at home have to adapt to fighting in the middle of the night because this card is happening in the middle of the night. And so I'm wondering, what is your plan when you get there? Like, are you going to get there as late as possible so that you just can stay on American time zone?
Yeah, that's the idea. It's just we're going to have to be vampires for about a week. I don't know what to do. We're not going to be working out for 8 hours a day. It's fight week. So I'm like, I don't have any idea of what we're going to be doing to entertain ourselves at like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, because the city's going to be sleeping.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe we'll watch movies. I don't know. Like that part, we're still working on. Like, what are we going to do as like distractions? But that is the plan. The plan is to be vampires that week and be awake on American fine.
Are you surprised that they're doing this in the middle of the night?
I'm very surprised. It's almost like a slight. I'm like, you guys, you don't respect Leon and Tom enough to give them a normal title fight type of situation. I don't think they would do this to McGregor. There's no way they would do this to McGregor or Oliveira. Like, there are certain guys they wouldn't do this to. And I just think it's a little disrespectful to those guys. I know they don't give a damn about me, but I'm talking about Aspinall and Leon. You would think they would have earned enough respect to get like a normal fight week, but apparently not. So it is weird, though. It's weird.
By the way, why do you feel like they don't give a damn about you? They're giving you this title fight.
They offered it to Gon first. I was the consolation. And that's, again, that's fine. You don't have to be my buddy. They're the bosses. That's fine with me. I do appreciate the opportunity, but I'm not going to act like I was the option A. We know that. They know that. It's like when you want a girl, you hit her up at 2 a.m. You know she probably knows she wasn't your first option, and that's all right. If she still comes over, that's what I'm doing. You can't be mad.
Right.
I'm not mad, but I understand what it is.
That's fair. That's fair. It's a realist approach. By the way, the guy you just fought, Gelton Almeida, says he wants to fight Ciryl Gane. Who do you think wins that fight?
Almeida.
You think? Wow.
Yeah, I don't. When we saw how easy it was for Francis Ngannou to take down Ciryl Gane, that's hard to remove out of my memory banks. That's not a good look. It's not anyone who has any bit of grappling abilities at the heavyweight division. When they saw that, were licking their lips. I know Almeida. He's going to do the exact same thing he tried to do. He can just be a wet blanket. And I think with a guy like Don, with his lack of grappling, I think he can do it.
Wow. That is, do you think he takes it? Do you think...
God?
Do you think... No.
No. He don't want that smoke. If he's smart, because there's no way he's going to have enough time to plug the holes in his grappling thing. That's people think, oh, you're a fighter, you should be able to build that skill. It's like, it takes years to build up the muscle memory just to sprawl. It takes years. He doesn't have enough.
What's the prediction for your fight? How do you feel this plays out?
I don't know. It always depends on how aggressive my opponents are. Like with Almeida, had you asked me then, I'd have been like, oh, I'll get the first round TKO because I'm not going to be spending the whole round on the mat. But look what happened. He takes me down and he just doesn't let go. He doesn't hit. So it was just hard to predict. I do predict I'm going to win, but I have no idea. It can be on the ground. It can be on the feet. I'm not hunting the knockout, but that's when they usually happen when they're organic.
And this is great. I mean, first title fight. Do you think you'll have? You think you'll be emotional? Like if all goes according to plan for you, how do you think you'll feel when you win that belt?
I mean, how could you not be? Like winning the belt in someone else's like backyard, or just winning the belt no matter what. But yeah, it would be a very, very emotional moment. I can't say exactly how I would feel, because this would be the biggest thing I've ever done. The closest thing to it is when I won a JUCO national championship. That was for wrestling. That's just a JUCO wrestling. So that's not the UFC title. But I know it will be validated every decision I've made over the last 11 years. I know that.
Well done. We'll let you go now, Curtis. Sorry to interrupt your training session, but you're the man. Appreciate you very much. And good luck in training, and looking forward to the fight next month.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
All right, there he is. Curtis Razor Blaydes, bringing some heat there. I like it. Some heat regarding the title situation, regarding John Jones. And I think a lot of people would agree with the sentiment. Very, very strong case to be made that the winner of this fight is the best heavyweight in the UFC. And certainly I think that there are a lot of people who would like to see the winner of this fight the winner of Stipe versus John Jones, which is currently slated for very, 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 by the way, loosely slated for Madison Square Garden in November here in New York. Who knows? Who knows what happens after those two fights? But hopefully it's a bit of a tournament here. I think that's what everyone wants to see. But that's some heat. And I do think the point is a strong one. The guys who are flying over, they don't have to worry about the middle of the night stuff. It's the guys who live and the gals who live in England who have to worry about that, or overseas. They're the ones that are going to have to change their sleep schedule from now because they have to get on American time zone. Guys like Curtis, Bilal, they're good. Just stay on American time. When we went to when I covered the Fox card in Sweden, it was Alexander Gustafsson versus Rumble Johnson. That was also in the middle of the night, 4 or so a.m. to accommodate prime time in America. And I remember I hardly saw the sun. It was January, so the sun set at like 3:30. But also, we just kind of spent. I would wake up at like, I don't know, 2 or something, and then we would stay up overnight. And then because that's when we were working, and that's when a lot of the fighters were going to compete. What's going to be interesting though is a lot of the media stuff will be during normal hours, and that has been something that fighters have talked about. Like you're asking me to fight in the middle of the night, but the media stuff is at 10 a.m. So something's got to give here, and obviously it's going to be tough to do media stuff at 1 a.m. So I'm really curious to see. It's a doozy. It's a predicament, but they've done it before with 204 and with Abu Dhabi and stuff like that. So they'll figure it out. All right, we're going to answer some questions here. It's been a fun day on the program. Optimism high, positivity high. Something just got attached to my computer here. Oh, it's like one of those caller stays. You know those things? Anyone know
I saw
them?
that earlier. I thought that was yours.
Yeah, it's mine. But I want to get some picks for this weekend. How about that? You guys feel good about that?
Feel great.
First, a word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you guys know, we're this close to crowning an NBA champ. And with the action heating up on the court, it's even hotter at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. There's same-game parlays, live betting, odds boosts, and so much more. Don't miss out as the NBA postseason winds down. And so we have the Mavs Celtics this Thursday. Game 1, Boston, favorite. Mavs rolling. They've been tested a little bit more en route to the finals. It's going to be a doozy. I say 6 or 7 games. Ultimately, I don't know. By the way, if you're new to DraftKings, you got to check this out. New customers can bet $5 to get 115 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code DMAR. That's code DMAR for new customers to get 115 bonus bets when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. New York, call 877-8-HOPE and wire text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Blue Hawk Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 plus age rated jurisdiction in Hawaii and Ontario. Bonus bets around 160 hours. restrictions.cpkg.co/bball for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right, on the nose still to come. Also still to come, we've got Nobuyuki. Oh, did I just screw that up? Yes. Dave Feldman has an announcement, and that is still to come. Golly, it's been a long day, guys. Woo! What do you guys got?
What did you just say?
Nothing. I said nothing.
Nothing.
I said
we
nothing.
move on. Continue.
Yes.
Bets.
Me?
Picks.
Yes.
All right, we already got Pena's pick in. Ludovic Klein money line. Minus
Oh, I like
125 on that. So shout out to Juliana Pena. Already got the pick in, trying to keep this thing rolling. And I'll throw us in the randomizer here. Our randomizer working quick today. Frank first, Rick second. I'll go third.
Awesome.
Love it.
So I'm going to be taking Castaneda Marcos over 2.5.
All right. That's that. Nothing else to be said.
got it.
Castaneda Marcos over.
This is your
2.5.
show, man. You guys run this
Didn't
show.
know nothing, man.
I mean, We've been doing
No, I
this
think
for
he was looking more for Frank.
For me.
I was looking for
Frank,
my
more
picks
risky
speaks for
than
itself.
anything.
Can we get like, oh, he's fighting like sell it. Like who the
I
fuck
thought
is
we were rushing. Here.
if rushing for what? Our next guest at 4:30.
Misread the room.
Russian.
If
Yeah.
Casamento Marcus rang my doorbell right now and said,
Wow.
no.
Oh, wow.
Undefeated Peruvian
You'd say,
prospect.
please
Daniel Marcos?
come in.
Can you
Sexy
let-
Mexi John Castaneda?
Can you let me finish
It's
my
two,
thought?
Ariel,
Disrespect.
it's two people. He picked two names. It's not Castaneda Marcos.
No,
Oh, shit. I didn't realize you were thinking that. You thought someone's name was Castaneda
No,
Marcos?
I said if both of them walked to the front door.
Oh,
Both of them?
Yes.
They
Both of
often
them?
do that. They walk in
Castaneda's first name is?
Just fucking give me a breather. Sell it. Tell me it's on the Louisville card. Where is it happening, this fight? All right. Is it happening at Octagon? Is it happening at Ryzen? Is it happening at fucking LFA? Where is it happening?
Come
Tell
on,
me.
Frankie. Come on,
This is
Frankie.
a UFC fight.
Yes.
It's going to be 3 rounds.
Perfect.
I'm hoping that it goes over 1.5.
What are their full
excuse me,
names?
2.5
What are their
rounds.
full names?
So we have Castaneda and
Okay.
Marcos, comma,
Wow.
John
Oh,
Castaneda,
Jesus
Christ.
Daniel
I mean,
Marcos.
the disrespect there. Undefeated Peruvian.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Hit the
Moving
music
right
right
along.
already. Hit the music. Hit the music.
Yeah,
the music.
Rick, you're
Thank
up,
you.
man.
Disaster.
I was trying to look for an alternate round total. I couldn't find one that I loved. So I'm just going to take a money line. I'm going with Eduardo Mora, Ronda. I was really impressed in her last fight. So give her to me. I know it's a bit of a tough fight. Like the line's a little closer than usual for these, but I've got faith. Like she seems, I was impressed last time. And I think if she can replicate, I like her chances in this fight. But I recognize there's some risk here. But let's go big. Let's go
I
big.
think that's a great
Yeah, I
pick.
mean, we're
Yeah,
already at
great
plus
pick.
303 right now.
Yeah.
Which leads me to mine. I mean, I was going to take like a juiced up alternate under, like a minus 450, but I guess we'll just go big. I'll go with the 19-year-old Raul Rosas Jr., minus 230. This is a big one, plus 479. This is dicey for the boys.
Oh, I like this.
Let's go.
I love it.
Yeah.
Is this the biggest it's ever been?
No.
Oh.
No, because Frank's
When we-
picked Bobby Green as a
When
dog.
we hit with the
for in
Bobby
this one.
Green one, that was like a plus 900.
And
or
you
something.
picked Leon as a big dog too. That got us a really juicy one before as well. So
Yes, the prior era of the Pals.
when Hawani was still involved.
Yeah, no.
But I
that's-
like it. I like it.
Man was
I'm
on
feeling
board.
good. We're on a roll right now. I'm feeling good about it.
All right, great. Let me knock out my picks then. First up, Denise Gomes, who's taking on Eduardo Mora. Yeah, I mean Eduardo Mora did look very good last time out.
Who's the? I
Um,
can't see. Who's the? Is that Dana?
Yeah, Dana's.
Oh, that's
Colonel.
amazing.
It says UFC instead of KFC.
No, I
Shout
see
out-
that. That's
Respect to
great.
the Colonel.
I just
Uh,
couldn't tell from this.
Shout out
man.
to the Colonel. Definitely getting
Yeah.
a bucket this weekend.
Are you really gonna do it?
Yeah, you don't like KFC?
I mean, I just haven't had it since I was.
Bucket, mac, mashed potatoes, gravy.
Quick
Original or
story.
crispy.
My family was on
Gotta get
a
crispy.
winter vacation back in the day, and for some reason, I fell in love with the chicken sandwich.
Oh,
And-
dude, the chicken sandwich is great.
And I decided that I was going to break the Guinness record for most chicken sandwiches. I made this record up. I had not seen that there was a record. And so I ate, I think, like 8 of them. And then I
The
threw
Chicken
up.
Littles?
I threw up.
Eight?
Yeah. And then
8 KFC like full size chicken sandwiches.
I think they were the small ones.
The
Yeah, like
chicken
the little.
littles,
The
Yeah.
chicken littles
I mean, I
are-
was also
those are
10 or
fantastic.
something. And my parents
Yeah.
let me do this. Like I kept going back to buy more. And then I threw up and I have not had KFC since.
Wow,
I can
let's
still
break
taste
it this
it.
weekend.
I can still taste it right here. Right here.
Let's get a couple chicken littles, man. Maybe
It-
a pot pie bowl.
I like I like back in the day the popcorn chicken. Do they still have that?
Oh yeah, they still got the popcorn. chicken.
That's a
Double
Yeah, I'm gonna have
down
to
or
roll
go
through the
home.
old KFC. Maybe grab an apple pie popper on the way out as well, and then you got to get a Colonel's Home style brownie if you're there as well. It's going to be a good weekend though. Yeah, Denise Gomes. Yes, Eduardo Mora looked great last time out. But I think this is going to be a nice test for her if she makes weight. I mean, she missed weight by almost 5 pounds last time out. She's obviously going to try and go for the grappling. We saw Angela Hill have success against Denise Gomes, but I think that Denise Gomes can extend this fight for the first time in Mora's career, and I think she can be live for a finish out the entire thing. She can crack at 115. I just believe she is a live dog in this matchup, which brings me to my next pick, who I also think is a live dog, going up against Ludovic Klein, Juliana Pena's pick. Thiago Moises. So hopefully my picks just go 0 for 2, and then the Parlay Pals are rolling. You know, I feel like I'm in a good spot, or I get both these right, and then I can just dunk on the Parlay Pals and be like, I told you so. Thiago Moises, I think he can hold it together on the feet, and then if he gets takedowns, he just has a massive advantage when it comes to the mat. And then if you look at the level of competition that he has been fighting, the guys that Thiago Moises has lost to, yes, there's Joel Alvarez in there who was like double his size, but also he's losing to BSD, Islam Makhachev, Demir Ismagulov, Benil Dariush. Like, he is losing to the best of the best in this weight class. So I think this is a step down for him, and I think he can deal with the striking and get this one to the mat. And then to the main event, Nasruddin Imavov taking on Jared Cannonier. Cannonier, 40 years old. The ACL injury worries me. 28 for Imavov, so he's going to be 12 years younger. Like his athleticism, like his size in this one. And Cannonier, while he does have power, you know, he hasn't really been knocking guys out like that of late, and Imavov's never been knocked out. So over the 5 rounds, I will take Imavov to win, and then just 2 parlays. Marquez Reese under 2.5. Ferreira Stolfus under 2.5. I mean, you got one side of these in each of these fights. Zach Reese, never gone to a decision in his pro career. Bruno Ferreira, never even seen past the 7-minute mark in his professional career. And then obviously Cuban Missile Crisis, 9 of his last 10 haven't gone to a decision. And Raul Rosas Jr., I think he's got all the advantages in this one. Ricky Tercios taken down 7 times by Kevin Natividad. And I think that's just going to be the game plan for him in this one. And then a little pacifist chalk soup parlay. I think all 3 of these go long. And that's that. UFC Louisville. Can't wait.
Yeah.
KFC Yum Center.
Are we doing any, Octagon or KSW or LFA?
I was thinking about betting on Phil DeFries. He's like a minus 240 or something, but I don't know if I'm going to get around to it. Augusto Sakai, former UFC.
Yeah. A couple of things. I dropped something in the Slack that I wanted to talk about to you, but I also wanted to mention that they officially announced Macy Barber versus Rose Namajunas July 13th at Ball Arena in Denver. Who reported?
Who, me?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Frank. Anyway,
I'm not
that's
going to lie. When they announced that, I was like, oh, we've known about this for...
Yeah, how'd you know about it?
Someone reported it. I don't know. I can't keep up with this journey.
Who, me?
Drew Dober, Mike Davis, also on the card. Also, what about this tweet from one Dustin Poirier? Nose is broken bad, happened in the fight. ACL partially torn, happened in the fight. Rib is broken, fight life. I'm told the rib was broken going into the fight. And the last 3 or so weeks, he couldn't train. This is not from Dustin. This is from people with knowledge of his situation and never brought it up, never made the excuse, et cetera, leading in or even in the cage. But think about having a broken nose. Think about having a partially torn ACL, and think about having a messed up rib, and you're fighting Islam Makhachev. And think about how I described the experience of fighting Islam Makhachev, and I've never done it, obviously, but just like from a viewer standpoint, it is miserable. It is absolutely miserable. It looks miserable. It looks unsettling. It looks suffocating. It looks just like the worst time possible. You know, again, like I said, fighting a slugger is one thing, and that's no fun. But, you know, if you keep the fight standing, you can duck and move and stick and move and all this stuff. Okay, you're good. That guy just is relentless. And so my respect for Dustin grows even more so. I also saw this on the feed. This, I guess, is the poster for UFC 304. GC, you're the Photoshop poster king. What is going on here? What is happening here? What is this? What is going on?
The side angle is...
what is happening here? I don't want to be...
Visual hierarchy.
No, seriously. Who thinks...
Then it's going to look crazy. What's it going to look like when we get like the landscape mode of it? Because obviously, like, sort of like this one right here, like we're going to get this formatted size poster of it. What's it going to look like that? Are like Curtis and Bilal going to be upside down?
It's not that hard.
Are Leon and Tom going to be upside down? Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure.
You had that poster of the Sioux Falls card with Ferguson Chiesa. And this is not a great poster by any means, right? By any means, it looks a little bit, You know, a little bit.
This one or the Sioux Falls one?
No, Sioux Falls one is not a great poster, but
yes, it's not an insane poster, but I love how they got the waterfalls, like a little bit of homage to where it's at.
look at the difference. You know, there's stuff going on. There's, like you said, the waterfalls, Sioux Falls. To that, what? What?
Right, this could be a Vegas fight. This could be a New York fight. This could be a Manchester fight. This could be anywhere.
No, but they just turn them. It's like when I'm trying, like, sometimes do you ever do this on your iPhone and you go like this and then you do the picture and the picture and you're like, ah, shit, I gotta move the picture. You know, like the camera doesn't.
Yeah.
That's what that feels like. It feels like they didn't turn the camera. What? Come on. Can
It's
you
like
turn?
they turned in the proof.
Can
and
you
somebody
turn
was
it for
like,
me? Do you know how to turn it?
Oh, wow.
Let's see.
Does that can you do that on the fly? Like, can I watch you do it?
Hold on. Let's see. Wait, no. Hold on, guys.
He's coming out of the booth.
Let's see. You know.
It's just that one button on the top with the square and the arrow.
Nah, yeah. This is. I'm working out of a foreign.
Just turn your phone.
A foreign. Are you thinking I'm doing this on my phone right now?
Oh,
What? I figure you're like Spencer.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't do anything on my phone.
So
Spencer's an absolute madman.
they finished the proof for this, and somebody was like, I said I want this in portrait, not in landscape. It's like, I got you, fam. And this is what they came up with.
Someone says it feels like, here on the YouTube chat, that the poster feels like Ariel without glasses. You know, the vast majority of my career, I did not have glasses, but I guess, you know. Hey, how about some people actually donating to the chat? Is this a thing? I didn't even know that. Drew Baird, Ariel, say something positive about the 303. Oh, sorry. Blew it. Ariel, say something positive about 303. I spent $4K. Golly. I told you. There's great positivity. There's great optimism. As of right now, all systems go. They're fighting. Now, again, please, something can happen tomorrow or the next day. But as of right now, we're in a much better spot. Does that make you feel? I got people like parents in my kid's school texting me, hey, man, I just want to let you know I believe in Connor and I'm going to fly out to Vegas. I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks for the update.
Someone said that to you for real?
Yes. Oh, the messages have been nuts.
You
Hey,
should
man.
get like an autoresponder.
I just want to let you know that I think the fight is still on. Okay, wonderful. Oh, more from Drew. 199. Bro, I have tickets to 303. Should I cancel the flights? No, don't. Another one from Drew Baird. Wow, Drew, shout out to you. Who's getting all this money, by the way? Can we get some of it? I heard the press conference got canceled because of an ESPN/TV rights issue / political unrest in Ireland. Wrong. It's like the, what is it? The Elaine Bennis one. You ever see that episode of Seinfeld where she goes, fake.
No, but I did watch one yesterday. That was
Seinfeld?
yeah. What happened in it? Elaine is like trying to rent movies or something, and it's like a 15-year-old that's giving her the recommendations.
Oh, yeah.
Falls in love with them.
Love it.
I think I finally figured out how to do this thing.
Okay, one more. The Unedited Human, $4.99. When will they put respect on Ariel's inside scoop game? He don't miss. Yeah, you said it, bro. You said it. Is there another one? Prediction. Connor broke his toe and it's just a minor injury. That's from It's Kish MMA. By the way, where are all these chats coming from? Yes?
Now that you know that we have to share it with you, because I've just been pocketing these.
Yeah, know yourself.
All right, here we go. The big
There it
rotation
is.
reveal. I've done the tech specs back here. Here we go.
We get some.
We're having technical issues here.
There it is.
We're really having some technical
I see it moving a little bit.
There it is.
Yeah, that actually looks better. It's like they're looking at
Until
themselves.
you look at the name.
It's like they're looking at themselves in a pond, and it's their reflection.
No, I kind of like this. I feel like we could have done something in like the midsection to like hide like the just complete cut between the two fighters. Oh gosh!
Wow. Oh, that's good.
Now there's another one.
Yo.
Too many of our
Whoa!
epileptic viewers.
Now we got Bilal.
That looks like
Curtis on top.
This is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
What's
god.
that little white
Great.
spot in the top right?
Yeah, who knows?
Rotation master now.
You'll never believe this, but I actually like this poster.
Stop it. That is such bullshit. That is such
No,
bullshit. I
think it's horrible. This is like the worst thing I've ever seen.
Is
Who
this supposed to be
thought
like a
this was a
playing
good
card?
idea?
You know what poster I really hate is the 303 one. I really don't like it at all.
Let me look at this one.
Can you get it for us so we can all see it?
Yeah. Hold on.
By the way, this morning, I'll have you know that my older brother, David, who has been mentioned by the likes of Uriah Faber on this program, he of 20 T's fame, became a father for the first time.
Mazel tov.
How about that? And very, very exciting news. Congrats to him and his wife, Hannah. Love to hear it, and can't wait to see him turn into an incredible father. He's an amazing uncle, but now it's different, uncle to father. So this is all very exciting. And so I called my mom to wish her mazel tov as well. And guess what she said? Out of the blue, she says, I've been meaning to tell you, and I've been meaning to reach out to him. I'm so impressed with Eric. I love his tweets. I love his Twitter voice, she said. She likes your tweets very much, and she's so impressed with the adult that you've become. She said, when I first met him, he was just like a kid. He was just and he's become such a mature, impressive young man. I was like, oh, you should have seen him at the NJ Pack on Friday with the headset, wheeling and dealing. But she was paying you such good. And she said, I wanted to text him, but I didn't want to bother him. I was like, no, I think he'd actually appreciate the text very much. And so I said that I would relay the message to you.
This means just as much as the text to me.
Sure.
Tina is the best. And also, she did know me when I was a kid. I was literally a kid. Like
Yes.
I was a young pup. And
12 years ago.
Grown up a lot. Had kids, been married, house, everything. Like adulthood. But thank you. That means the world to me. And I love her dearly.
All right.
Even though she beat me that one time in
did.
picking, we've moved past that. And it's only love. And mazel tov to David and his wife. That's incredible.
Thank you.
The 303 poster.
Okay, by the way, this is a million times better than 304.
Okay, I like it better. Still don't like it.
Sure, but there's a theme. They're both yelling.
Yeah, I like the yelling. What's the theme? Yellow?
No, the yelling is the theme.
Oh.
To me.
Oh.
You know what could really set this off if they just flip them upside down? That would really take it to the next level.
I think the yellow is it's like, it looks like they're like radioactive.
Yeah, it's
Or they're stuck
summertime.
in
It's
like
hot.
they're stuck in like a vat of something.
Can I say something? Do you remember Gary Cook?
I love that.
Do you remember Gary Cook, Rick?
Yeah.
He was the guy who came over from, I think, Man City. And he was all about the brand. And that's when they introduced these UFC 303. Because before, like, the logos looked different event to event. And these boxes. And even if you notice the June 29th sat on the poster, it's like the British way of doing it. And like, we got to move past that look as well.
Oh, I don't mind the look. I feel like it's iconic.
No,
you just got to build around it.
Stop iconic. What's iconic about it?
I think
It's a
there's
square.
there is something to the consistency, but I agree with you that like when you become too much of a slave to it, when you become like like married to it in a way that you can't ever get outside the box, it just is so limiting. I mean, we say it every time, but like the artist series posters are better than the posters. I don't understand why that is. Why not just make the artist series the posters? It's just silly. It makes no sense to me. Remember when they would do fun stuff like they did the Marvel in Dallas when it was Hendrix, right? I forget what the fight was. I'm not as good at this stuff as you guys, but they had like the cartoon poster. Like, I don't know, man. What are we doing here? That
what are we done here?
What are we doing here? Yeah.
Okay, we're
anyway.
taking up some time. There might be questions about this, so we can check off the list. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yeah, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
That's you?
That's me.
Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose. And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Yeah, thank you very much to Mike Heck. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week is time. And a good one off the bat. Thank you to everyone that chimed in on the Substack. 132 comments at this precise moment. Billy Boy up first. Hey, Ariel and crew. Following GC's slip of the tongue on Monday's show during the Big Hitter segment, this is an official petition to get a big shitter of the week moving forward. This could...
What would it be?
This could be somebody with terrible reads all around, a painful miss on a parlay, or whoever lets the Parlay Pals down. Cheers from London. What do you think?
I don't mind that. Like instead of like a bad beat of the week, the big shitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, big shitter. Hashtag real shitter.
All right. He's taking it. Would you say you're taking it under advisement?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm working on a graphic right now.
Brandon, who taught Ariel I fucks with it? You guys don't realize like I'm a lot actually hipper than you think I am. I just want to let you know.
Said every hip.
Can I just say I don't think that was a compliment. Let me just say I don't think he was saying who taught him this secret that was unlocked that you wouldn't expect you to know.
I'm reading it the same way as Rick.
I think there's a little.
I feel like he's just like
taught
him to say that shit.
No, he's saying like, oh, I didn't know Ariel got down like that, right?
I think he's just like, why is Ariel saying that?
What? You're saying cool people don't say I fucks with it?
People who are cool who say I fucks with it don't talk about how cool they are.
Print the merch. Why is it plural? With it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The fact that you guys are even asking these questions proves my point.
Did you learn it from your kids?
Okay. All right. You think I learned that from my kids? I learned I'm him from my kids. Okay. I learned
I love the idea of your son making a layup in the driveway.
Yes.
Saying,
Yo, Dad,
I'm
I fucks with this.
He said yesterday he's Himothy. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. You fill in anyone.
Yeah. And then he also does this thing, my middle son, Walter, he does this whole thing about like Ohio Squiggler. You know about this thing?
Oh, like the skitty bop and everything?
Yeah, he's like,
yeah.
Oh, I'm like, what are you saying right now?
This actually might be like the first time where I am officially old. This is going beyond my my purview, the skitty bop. I have no idea.
I don't know what he's saying, but they're having a whole conversation, and I don't know what they're saying.
I've seen it online, and I have no idea what it means. This is my first foray into being I'm old.
Craig, hi Ariel. I am worried this question may sound political, and trigger some moaning. By the way, I have not read these before. I'm just going in order right now. So I apologize in advance. Was wondering if you have any insight about the UFC's decision to go all in on the Trump support the last few months. Of course, Dana has always been a Trump guy. That's no secret. But the UFC broadcasts have never been so openly supportive as recently, with grand walkouts, commentators paying tribute to Trump between fights, etc. Is this just a Dana thing, or is it something coming from the WME level? All the best, Craig. All right, so this is a really good question. I don't know if often the audience wants to talk about this or hear a discussion on this, and so I will tread with caution, if only because if you notice on social media, there's a lot of people when they do this sort of thing talk about it. I just choose not to, because I'm in the mindset right now where I really do want to focus on the good, and I understand that sports are supposed to be an escape. MMA is an escape. And in particular, the UFC, it's an escape. People work all week. They want to sit down and they want to watch the UFC for 7 hours. They want to hang out with their friends. They want to drink beer. They want to have wings. They want to do their parlays. They want this to be an escape. It's our job. And so it's a little bit different. And sometimes I recognize that when we, are critical about certain things, like the people don't want to fucks with it. You know what I mean? They don't want to mesh with that sort of thing. They don't want to vibe with that. I get that. That doesn't mean we can't do it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. That means we won't do it. But I recognize that. So I try to be as, I guess you could say, positive as possible. I try. And I know that comes to a surprise to many, because if you say one negative thing out of 100, you'll still get people who say, you're too critical. Okay. To answer the question specifically, and the other thing is, I don't really care how you feel about this. I have thoughts on it, and I'm happy to share them. This individual isn't really asking my thoughts on it, so I'm going to answer his question specifically. This is a Dana White thing. This is because of the relationship that Dana has had with Donald Trump dating back to the early 2000s. He talked about it in the post-fight press conference. And, they're very good friends. And so he is obviously behind the idea of honoring him and promoting him and showcasing him at the events. Now, I think that there are multiple ways that you could do this. I think you could have him sitting there like he was back at UFC 244, and there wasn't a grandiose entrance, and they just showed him in the crowd once or twice, I do believe, and we moved on, with the event in our lives. It's much different now. There's the walkout, there's the music, there's the entrance, there's the talking about him being there. I mean, I said on Monday, they're stopping short at breaking out the telestrator and breaking it all down. And then in addition to that, there's the, hey, this person's here, this person's here, this person's here, and he's here. And that's every time. Like they showed Daniel Ricciardo, our guy, F1 superstar, they show him once. They show Marab in attendance, they show him once. But then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's here. And then it's later on in the show, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then here's. So that's a little different, and it does feel like a lot. And I was speaking to someone in the broadcasting world yesterday, and he's like, I feel like this sport has become a political rally, and I can understand why that may feel weird to some people, especially because we're told stick to sports, right? We're told don't use this platform as a platform or a soapbox to talk about other things outside of the MMA world. And I can understand. I can assure you, if there was a different candidate being paraded around, people would feel a certain way about it. So this is just what it is. But he's the boss, and he's choosing to use the platform. I personally think, and this isn't anything to do with my feelings towards Trump, I would say this if it was anyone, I think they could dial it back a little bit and have the same impact. I don't think you need to show him a million times. I don't think you need to do the walkout. Certainly not on TV. It's different if it's in-house, but it's their prerogative. So to answer the specific question, it's a Dana thing. Obviously, everyone has to be on board. Obviously, ESPN is comfortable with it. Obviously, WME or Endeavor is comfortable with it. And this is one of the few sporting platforms in America where he will be received this way. And so it's funny when I hear people say like ESPN is woke, and I know the UFC produces the events, but trust me, they have to be on board as well. I don't notice people bringing up this example. And it's been a thing for the last almost year. Donald Trump hardly has to campaign to 18, 34-year-old males because he's on a UFC pay-per-view once a month, and your favorite fighters are jumping over cages to shake his hand. Again, politics to me, I always found to be a weird thing. Like I always found it weird that we can't talk about politics. I always found it weird that it's offensive to ask someone who you rooted for or who you voted for. Who cares? How is that any different than talking about religion? I think we should talk about all this stuff. And I think you should be respectful when talking about it. I don't think there should be any sort of, insults when talking about it. But I also think it's more natural and normal to just speak about it and ask questions about it and, talk about it and debate and all that stuff, as opposed to be like, oh, you can't go there. So it doesn't, I don't get, I kind of find it comical how much they do it. I'm not offended by it at all. I know other people are. I would just say, I think like with anything, sometimes less is more. And so they don't need to do it so much. And I wonder if November comes and goes, will they do it as much come January when campaigning doesn't need to happen, isn't required? I wonder. I don't think that's a coincidence. So I have a feeling that the good folks at ESPN probably would prefer this not to be as much of a thing, but they're good partners. And the fact that they have continued to allow it, should be an example that is brought up when people say like ESPN is too woke. Well, they're doing this. And there was once a time where Bill Simmons was told he couldn't interview Barack Obama on his podcast. So the times have changed. Zach, good question. I noticed, oh wait, sorry. He's just responding to someone. Supreme Neck Protector. Yeah, I like that. Hey, Ariel and boys. And Andy, long question, but I promise it's worth it. Count me in as a part of the huge fan of classic interviews segments. During COVID, I listened to every episode of the MMA Hour. There are countless people out there who have never heard the charming vignettes with Nate, R.I.P. Machiavelli. Did he die? Did his dog die? That's awful. If so, I'm sorry. John Jones, Tokyo Rampage that we all know and love. Hell, I still listen to the debuting Bryce Mitchell drilled his own nuts interview when I'm down. These classics never fail to put a smile on my face. Second, I do pretty okay in life. I work full-time and supplement my income with poker. I may not wear a slim-fit Hugo Boss suit, but they have the bloody cheek to ask for $2,200 for a nosebleed ticket for UFC 306. Fear or not, that is highway robbery. I am Mexican-American, and I was looking forward to another all-nighter in Vegas, but alas, I shall save my pesos. Now I guess the word is it won't have a Mexican theme. Noche UFC, that whole thing. Anyway, I feel your pain. Yes, the gates have never been higher, but the tickets have also never been more expensive. But guess what? They're selling them. So this is a byproduct of success. Kuro's dad, Ariel, shout out from Brisbane, Australia. Good day. I'll make this short and sweet, but I'm calling you out, mate. I've submitted 3 questions in the past. All 3 have not been read out loud. But you have said my questions as your own comments, even using the same wording. You mentioned when I said that you and Chael fighting is like parents fighting, you mentioned specifically the Contender Series fighters getting the rub on 303, and you mentioned the third one that I forget now. Why are you stealing thunder without shouting me out, man? Also, Queenslander. Honestly, my bad. You don't even remember the third one, but shout out to Kuro's dad. Connor from Canada. Hey, Ariel, why do managers, fighters tell you news and then tell you can't go public with the information? What do they stand to gain from telling you the information in that case? Thanks. That's a really good question. You know, a lot of times, look, a lot of these people I have relationships with, I've been talking to for many, many years. And so they don't want to just ghost me. So they want to say like, hey, I want to pick up the phone. I want to tell you what's up because you're asking. But unfortunately, I'm not in the position to tell you X, Y, and Z. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate that. If you want to, you know, you want to have a good relationship with the UFC, you don't want to, I get it. I prefer that over ghosting me. There are times where I think they're too secretive. They say, oh, they're going to get mad. They're going to get this, that. And I say, they're not going to get mad. They're not going to care. They're just, you know, they're just saying, don't tell anyone because that's what they have to say. But they don't really care. But I get it. There's a lot of money. There's relationships. There's career trajectories at stake. So I get it. But it's, you know, it's just the game. And it's part of the reason why I've stopped chasing the news. You know, like when I was working for Fox, when I was doing UFC Tonight, I used to have to come up with like 4 or 5 scoops, find 4 or 5 scoops. And, you know, that was a freaking chore. I hated it because I'd have to ask people like, what's going on with this person? What's going on with that person? What's going on? I have to have all these like actual news items 4 to 5 times a week. But now I don't have to do that. And so there would be times where like, I can't tell you this and then. Of course, at ESPN, it was an absolute nightmare because they would tell managers and fighters like, if you speak to Ariel about this, if you tell him about this, specifically me, we're pulling the fight, we're canceling the fight because they wanted to give it to someone else at ESPN just to make me look bad. That was all stupid. That was all silly. And I hope one day everyone involved can realize that. But now, you know, it's just, you know, I hit them up, they answer. They say we're not at liberty or we can't or don't or not now or later. And ultimately what means most to me is this show. Ultimately what means most to me is the relationships. I would much prefer have an exclusive interview with someone than an exclusive scoop. This to me is a hell of a lot more valuable than or a tweet or saying something. And so I would never try to ruin the relationship just so I can get a tweet out or tell you guys a little more information. I'd rather the source come on the show, have the relationship, keep it intact. And again, I maintain you can't do this for as long as I have and not have that kind of relationship with people. So it's the game. I don't mind at all. Logan, Ariel, last week on the show, you talked about how this Conor card is more filled than most of his previous cards. My question is, do you think we will see some blowout pay-per-views coming in the near future as the UFC prepares to go back into the open market for media rights? That's a great question. 298, 300 were huge. 303 incoming. Could we expect a huge final run on ESPN? Sure. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad shout, but also it's, you know, it's one of those things. Who's available, who's injured, who can fight, who cannot fight. I don't doubt that they tried to make almost every card a banger, but circumstances come into play and preclude them from doing that. But this would be a good time to make the product as hot as possible. It's pretty damn hot right now. And a Conor return and maybe one more in the midst of all this ain't too bad. One more. This is also from Logan. I've been seeing possibly Max versus Chandler for BMF as a replacement. Has Chandler not already proven he will take nothing less than McGregor next? That's not a thing. I don't know where that came from, but that's not a thing. Bandied about? Perhaps, but not a real thing. David, hey, Ariel, been a big fan of the UFC for about a decade now. However, I personally find it pretty disgraceful that the UFC has essentially become the sports propaganda wing for the MAGA movement. Since 2016, Dana White and a number of high-profile fighters have shown their support for the former president, convicted 34 times a felon, Donald Trump. What I find so interesting is that despite the UFC making it abundantly clear that they are mostly interested in gaining views from younger, more right-wing conservative males, the organization, in my opinion, I think has done the best job in promoting women than any other sport. Even the Women's World Cup, which is very popular and gets incredible ratings, is only for 1 month every 4 years. Women's tennis is maybe as popular as the men's game, but mostly people just care about the 4 major tournaments. Also, men play 3 out of 5 sets and women still play 2 out of 3. So basically, no other women's sport comes close to the UFC. I was kind of saying this earlier. The reason I bring this up is because the sports media has been talking a lot about the Caitlin Clark incident recently and how it relates to gender, race, and equality or lack thereof. So my question to you is, why do you think the UFC, the fans, see women as equals to men when other leagues in sports struggle? What do you think another league like the WNBA can learn from this? What a great question. Golly, I mean, I feel like I sort of addressed this earlier. And so this is this is proof that I didn't read them before. It's a really good question. I think first impressions mean a lot. And for MMA fans, their first impression, their first introduction to women's MMA was Ronda Rousey. And she was incredible. And she was a tour de force. She was an inspiration. She was, covering her was like, I'll never forget when she was in Brazil fighting Bethe Correia. It was like the Beatles were there. People were going nuts. And so that, I think, they didn't kind of like ease their way in. She was headlining shows off the jump. And the first fight was great against Liz Carmouche in 2013, Anaheim. And so I think that let them know, like, they're superstars. She's one of the biggest stars in the game. And there was a trickle-down effect. And that led to the Misha Tates of the world, and the Ioannas of the world, and the Holly Holmes of the world, and the Valentinas of the world, and later on the Zhang Weili's of the world. And I think dating back to Strikeforce and Elite XC, Gina Carano, we've just always covered the women the same. They were always put on main cards. They were put in main events. They were put on pay-per-views. And there wasn't this distinction between them. They weren't viewed as lesser than. You know, there was a brief period where the rounds were 3 minutes. That didn't last very long. Now 5 minutes. Everything is equal. And maybe the pay is not quite up there with the top dogs. But for the most part, everything is pretty much equal. And so I think there's a lot that the leagues can learn from this. The media covering these other organizations can learn from this. The fans can learn from this. But ultimately, stars rule the day. And so now you're seeing stars come to WNBA and you're seeing the attention that it's getting. What I'm so curious about from a media perspective is, why does it seem to be like the media doesn't know how to cover them? They don't know how to talk about them. They don't know what to say. They don't know how to characterize them. They just feel uncomfortable. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I feel like there's a massive difference between how we cover women and how they cover women, and how they treat women and how they talk about women and how we do and have for a very long time. And I don't know the reason for that, to be honest, but I feel like it's never been more glaring.
I have a thought.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
To your point, since women have come into the UFC, things have been mostly equal, right? You made a great point there, and I think it's an astute one, is that, like, we're talking about when women are fighting in UFC and other parts of MMA, they're wearing the same gloves, they're wearing the same outfits, comparably for their body types. They're fighting under the same rule sets. and they're competing on the same cards, right? So there's a lot of equality there, and things that even the playing field from that perspective. And we've now had many years of that. Whereas with WNBA and this new influx of like players in the WNBA that are drawing attention and stars, first and foremost, Caitlin Clark, like the mainstream sports media didn't really cover it. Like this is now when they're starting, right? We've started this process quite a long time ago. Like I'm sure if you go back and look at some of those early articles on women fighting in MMA, or even, before it was introduced in the UFC, it would probably have some rough patches. There would probably be some things that wouldn't have aged well in the light of day. We're just longer in the game covering them, and it has been equal. It has been on that playing field for a longer time. Even now, WNBA is a separate league from the NBA. If they were playing a schedule where there were women's games and men's games and it was all under the same umbrella, I think even then there would be an advancement in kind of how this conversation unfolds and how it's talked about. But the reality is this is a newer phenomenon, even though the WNBA is not new, but the coverage, the amount of attention, the star power, the draw of the women's game is at its highest now. And I think as we get as deep as we are in the MMA side of it, as we get 10 years down the line with the WNBA being this popular and prominent and being such a vital kind of part of the mainstream sports cycle, I think it'll improve greatly. Like I think we'll see a world that's very similar to what we're seeing in MMA, but I just think part of it is just the length of time. It needs to get there, and then we'll kind of see that improvement. But I think the equality is the point that you made about the equality is the most important part. Is just when you look at a UFC fight card, there's going to be women's fights that you like more than some men's fights, and there's going to be men's fights that you like more than some women's fights, and it's all a matter of preference and taste. But there is no point where you think one product is separated or different than the other. It is simply left on its own, and you make your preference choices. Women headlining cards, it just is the meritocracy of it. The quality is allowed to shine through.
Yeah, and it's also a testament to the women in MMA because I think people don't view them as lesser talent. Meaning, if ABC had a double header and it was, Knicks Heat followed by, I'm talking back in the day, Liberty Sun, people would be like, "What? What are you doing?" Now I think it's come a long way. But if they've got a co-main event where it's Zhang Weili Joanna followed by Adesanya Romero, people are like, yeah, that fight was way better, and that was higher level, and no one can argue against that. So by the way, I love the WNBA thing right now. I think this is fascinating.
Oh yeah.
I can't get enough of it, to be honest.
There's also, this is not the sexiest part of it, but there's also an economics thing at play, right? The UFC in particular, but many other MMA promotions, Invicta is an all-female promotion. The investment in the talent is significant, and the money behind the WNBA is not what it is behind the NBA. So naturally, you're going to be facing an uphill battle. As that money increases, as there is more attention, as Caitlin Clark and others, and Angel Reese and so many others come into the WNBA and start to increase what the viability of it is as a sponsored product, as a marketing machine, as for people to invest in, the investment money is going to go up, the talent is going to go up. They're going to be taking commercial flights instead of, they're going to be taking private flights instead of commercial flights. And it is just going to continue to increase and increase and increase, and the snowball is going to grow. So I think we're at the nascent stage of that kind of like evolution and that growth. And it's going to be rough, but I think the long term is going to be super bright and positive. And I think we'll see it, come to where we are in the MMA side. But MMA's done it well. MMA has done it well. I think the investment will be there, and we'll see it.
And just for the record, no one asked me, but all these women, in my opinion, should be thanking Caitlin Clark. She is the superstar to end all superstars. The ratings aren't the same when she's not playing. The ticket sales aren't the same when she's, not involved in the game. Everything is bigger when she's involved.
There's men who should be thanking Caitlin Clark too. She just makes basketball bigger. Everybody should be thanking her. She's a star.
Another text. What's going on with this Conor fight? Bruh, I'm doing the show. What's going on? This is crazy. We move along. King Zalo, Ireland crew. Hope all is well. What in the world is going on? More what is going on? Golly. You know what I'm talking about? The major news. Where is Juliana Pena? Is there any news on a scheduling for the coveted women's bantamweight title? Juliana's been out for a minute. Wanted to know if there was any updates. No. Hearing fall, but nothing concrete. Oh, here's Ant Evans to teach us a lesson or two, wax poetic. Following on from the pound for pound conversation on Monday, the idea that the heavyweight champion is not self-evidently the best fighter in the world was conceived as marketing gimmick by, of all people, Hollywood legend Al Jolson. Please tell us more, Ant. Well, managing boxer Henry Armstrong, did he copy-paste this from Wikipedia? What's going on? Jolson came up with the audacious plan for Armstrong to, hold the undisputed featherweight, lightweight, and welterweight titles simultaneously. Armstrong achieved this, becoming not only a box office star, but also splitting public opinion as to whether heavyweight king Joe Louis was truly the best fighter on the planet. 20 years later, legendary sports writer Jimmy Cannon gave this concept its name when he wrote that Sugar Ray Robinson was the best fighter in the world, pound for pound. So the truth is, pound for pound was invented as a pure marketing gimmick. That's not to say it isn't fun to have these debates or that they mean nothing, but pound for pound remains a marketing gimmick. Here's my question. This is great. I love this stuff. I love the history of the fight game. But does anyone think otherwise? Ultimately, pound for pound isn't a title, but it is a fun thing to debate with your friends. It's a fun thing to debate at the bar, at the barbershop, in the car, etc. It's also, as we talked about on Monday, a topic where definitions vary, which makes it even more fun. It's just classic sports talk radio fodder. Nothing more, nothing less. No one should be offended. No one should get too riled up. It's great. And by the way, just like in boxing right now with Usyk and Inoue and Terrence Crawford, Canelo somewhat in the mix, Bivol, the fact that we could say, no, it's John Jones. No, it's Islam. It's Leon. The fact that we could say that is good. It's healthy. It's good for the sport. That means we're in a good era. So everyone wins. Gabriel, hello, Ariel and gang. As a California fan, I felt severe FOMO regarding last week's live show. Any talks on hitting the road again, perhaps to the West Coast, Vegas, Los Angeles, a fan in Bakersfield, California? Gabriel, yes, absolutely. Like I said, I want to go to Australia. I want to go to Ireland. I want to go to London. There is some talk of a show prior to the Conor McGregor-Michael Chandler fight at UFC 303, a smaller scale show of this kind on the Friday night. So if you're in town, more info to come on that. But yes, I would like to do them not every month like Rogan used to do. And as I said on Friday, this is the Rogan blueprint. And I give him all the respect and credit in the world. And I really think what he's done is amazing. It's incredible. It's inspiring. But when we were coming up, 2010, 2011, and I got to do a video backstage at one of his shows, and I think 2011 prior to UFC 132, and it was great. He used to do a live show on the Friday before a major pay-per-view. It didn't matter if they were in Dallas, Denver, Boston, Chicago, Vancouver. It was like, oh, weigh-in's done. There was no morning weigh-in. It was all the afternoon weigh-in, what is now the ceremonial weigh-in. But that's when you found out if people made weight or didn't, believe it or not. Actually, 5 years ago this week is the anniversary of the morning weigh-in. Wait, no, not 5 years, 8 years, 2016. I was thinking 199. And he would then do a show or two on the Friday evening. And so in my perfect world, maybe once a quarter or something like that, we would have a show like the one we did last Friday after the weigh-ins, give people something to do, fight fans something to do after the weigh-ins. And it's a grand old time. The fighters seem to like it. Fans seem to like it. So yes, I would love nothing more than to go to LA, hopefully Vegas. We've done it in Vegas prior to 245 back in 2019 and more to come. Have no fear. Peter, with Dana's comments on the pound for pound being John, he got you and many others to appreciate Islam more. Is he a master of reverse psychology, or is this simply a level of cognitive dissonance, the likes of which he is renowned for? Thanks for the great shows. Glad the live show went well. This thing that I don't give Islam credit is so ridiculous. These fans are just, they're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. When have I discredited him? When have I said that, I gave them the fight of the year last year? I've had him pound for pound on my ringer rankings for a bit now. You're ridiculous. You're just searching for nonsense. So I didn't need that rant or whatever that was to appreciate him. I was blown away by, the Ringer show on Saturday I was talking about before I even heard the Dana White comments. But I do believe he's a great promoter, and he's promoting John. And he's lifting him up before the return. So there is something to that. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Trin Wolf. I'll ask the question that everyone wants to know. The one that they're all talking about on Twitter. The one the media and fight organizations have all been super tight-lipped about. It's International Fight Week. It's June 29th. But does he even show up? I'm obviously talking about the master of memery. The fight feasting, parlay palling, shirt cursing, first up photo taker, the great George O'Connor. He has mentioned it for years. Are we wheels up and back to the desert? Much love, Trin.
Wow, what a hype up there from Trin. I mean, that was fantastic. That felt like a Bruce Buffer intro right there.
Amazing.
I don't know, TBD, as you just alluded to. So we'll see.
It's TBD.
Am I getting to the arena? No shot. I mean, these tickets are they're out of my pay grade. That is for sure.
But an appearance back in Vegas in the works.
Yeah, maybe in the desert.
Boris. Hello, Ariel. Tomorrow I will go to the friendly match between my Netherlands team and your Canadian boys in Rotterdam. Yeah. New gaffer and all. Which leads me to the following question. What are your expectations for both the Euros and Copa America? Also, are you considering going to the Canada match with your boys? I'm super excited for the Euros because I'll be following my team in Germany. What a time. Copa America and Euros starting around the same time. My beloved Canadian team is playing Argentina in Atlanta, by the way, GC. Did you know this?
Oh, yeah. And then we got two games. We got Argentina, and then we got Team USA the next week.
Okay, chill out with the Argentina. It's Argentina-Canada, just for the record.
I mean, defending World Cup champs.
Alphonso Davies. All right, future Real Madrid superstar. Right back. Are you going to the game?
Peach State.
We have talked about this, my boys and I.
That would be a hell of a game to go to, man.
But we're
Stadium is beautiful too.
I know, but we're gonna get whooped. We're gonna get whooped. Are we gonna get whooped? Probably gonna get whooped.
Probably gonna get whooped. Yeah. We have a team for the Euros.
Yeah, of course.
England.
Football's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming home. Na 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 na. I mean, come on. If they
I do
blow
want to
this,
see them win it. I'm with you. I want to see them win it. They're the favorites. They've never won it before.
Are they the actual favorites right now?
They are, yeah.
God,
yeah, France just behind them.
That feels
like a lot of pressure. Yeah,
that feels like
they're gonna bottle.
That feels like bad. Can someone?
I'm supporting though. I'm supporting.
Yo, okay. Foden, Kane, Saka,
Bellingham.
Bellingham, best player on the planet, in my opinion. I mean, I know that's a hot take, but a little bit light in the goalkeeping department, I would say. Shout out to Pickford, my guy. Who else? Who else do we have? Jack Grealish there. We've got no Marcus Rashford. We got the great Harry Maguire. Maybe a little Jordan Henderson. How can we forget about Declan Rice? How can we forget about Declan Rice? Man. Ollie Watkins. Is Morgan Gibbs going to be on the squad? You can't blow this. You can't. It's right there, guys. It's right there.
Never won one before. You got the experience by being runners up last time. Now they get it done. I like that. I like it. It's coming home, as they say.
It's coming home. Who are you? Are you doing any bets?
I haven't bet on anyone yet, but I mean, I'm down to just support England.
Oh.
Don't love taking the favorite, but
what about Copa America?
I mean, I'm going to be supporting Team USA. Am I going to bet on them? Probably not, but I will be supporting.
Yeah.
Who shock the world?
Who's in their group?
Let's see. I mean, it's a winnable group for sure. They did not draw Argentina or Brazil. They got Bolivia, Panama, and Uruguay.
Oh, that's winnable.
At least to make it out. Yeah, they might have a little trouble. Uruguay? Potato?
What is it? Maybe Frank knows?
We getting some breaking news on the phone?
Yeah.
More
Sorry.
people asking about what they should do with their McGregor tickets.
Just flex for me for a second.
Yeah.
How is it? Is it Uruguay or Uruguay?
There you go, man.
No.
Flex.
Studio cam?
What do you think it is, Frankie? Uruguay? Uruguay.
I fucks with Uruguay.
Great flag. Wow, we're all going plural on the.
It's an X. I don't really know if it's plural. Is it not FUX?
What not FU? This is. I'm just asking. What are you talking about? FUX? Fucks?
Yeah.
What?
I was talking to Connor while you were doing your thing.
Yeah, we were doing our thing over.
Yeah, so you can't tell us to do a thing and then interrupt us and be like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Come on,
Rick, you fucks with this?
Irony.
This is it.
Aaron!
Can you guys? Can you just debate the pound for pound? Something?
Yeah. So, what I learned about pound for pound is that it doesn't mean the same thing to any two people, which I love. I think that's
Yeah, you were saying how fun it is. I don't know how fun it actually is.
Well,
it's just a debate that you can't get to the end of. I've seen relationships ruined over the Braun versus MJ debate.
It's like
maybe one day that's what's going to happen.
Asking somebody what their Mount Rushmore is. Like, you can't be like, no, your Mount Rushmore can't exist.
Who's your Mount Rushmore of MMA, Rick?
Oh man, I've done this before. What did I think? John Jones.
Sure.
Connor.
Now, is Connor from a skill impact or like a just his significance on the game?
No, it's
cultural
significance.
impact to the sport.
Hoist,
gotta be on there.
I don't know. It changes all the time. I hate all this stuff.
John Jones, Hoist Gracie, Ronda, and Connor is Rick's official.
I don't know what I
stance.
said. I honestly don't know what I said last
no
time.
No GSP
but
on there. No Anderson Silva.
That
I feel like John
should not exist.
John represents the top skill, the top accomplishments angle.
Okay,
of that,
all right. So
the others
each
are kind
face on the mountain has a different sector. Like John is the skill. Connor is like the cultural impact. Ronda is changing the women's game, and then Hoist is like
Hoist
the trailblazer.
Is the originator to a certain extent. Yeah.
Wow, leave it to Rick.
Now
to
that's
have
very
have
UFC
a twist on the Rushmore.
That's very UFC centric, right? That's very.
Sure. Yeah.
It doesn't include. Is that
the UFC Mount Rushmore? Is that the MMA Mount Rushmore? Do we need an MMA Mount Rushmore? Do we need an MMA Hall of Fame?
Thanks for asking me. I would do.
Let Frank take this. I was just
going to
get you.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah. A question for GC.
Different.
Thank God.
Thank
God.
Jared, this question is for GC. You seemed kind of bummed when someone asked you last week if you were going to the fights and you said no because of the watch party. What do we need to do to get you to a live event? Come on, Ariel. It's not me. I have nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I could go if I wanted to. I didn't intend to come across bummed.
No, you love it.
Yeah, I do love the watch parties. And in retrospect, I feel like I would have been 3 for 3 on going to kind of disappointing cards if I had gone to the Newark one.
Okay, what about this one from Jacob? Greetings, New York Rick and crew from the bustling metropolis of Bettendorf, Iowa.
I love that.
Ariel, any update on Robbie and BKFC? Well, Andrew Feldman, golly, Dave Feldman is going to join. I'm struggling right now. I have a horrible headache, and I feel like my brain isn't working at the moment. So I apologize.
Some water?
I got the water, but I just sometimes get these bad migraines. I'd love to see a fellow Bettendorf Bulldog make the walk once more. Some people, when I tweeted that, didn't like it. Yeah. You know Bettendorf?
40,000 population. He's not kidding. Sprawling metropolis.
Hell yeah. It used to be an MMA hotbed back in the day.
Riverboat cruises.
You been there?
No. I'm just looking at it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at the tourist department. The Quad Cities. Wow, that's a great name.
GC,
Duke,
what's been
really?
your favorite, least favorite fight feast?
My favorite, least favorite fight feast?
Your favorite / least favorite?
Oh, favorite is definitely Mexico. That is just, I mean, I love Mexican food, and we went to such a good Mexican spot.
Understatement.
Yeah, Frankie was a big fan of that one as well. Georgia was also just amazing. The Louisiana one was also really good. Least favorite,
That place in Jersey?
probably the Texas Roadhouse one. The Texas Roadhouse is great. They've all really been good. The Brazilian one, the server was like, "What are you guys doing here? This is weird."
That was the most awkward one.
That was definitely the most awkward one. The Brazilian one, they were like, "Why are you wearing a 1994 Brazilian jersey at 1 p.m. in the afternoon? And why are you guys filming everything you eat? And why are you guys ordering so much food?"
And then
but
asking
they've
for
all
a
been great.
box right after.
They've all been great. The St. Louis, the barbecue one was so good too. That's the top three: Mexico, Georgia, barbecue.
Your Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Throw Louisiana on to make it the Mount Rushmore.
By the way, this is a good one. AMW Planner, Konnichiwa Ariel-san and the MMA Hour. Sometimes I overhear my husband listen to your show. Recently, you were told by some listeners how to pronounce 2 words in Japanese, Inoue and Saiyan. I am native Japanese speaker now living in the U.S., and I must correct you on their pronunciation instructions. Inoue is pronounced I-no-ue. I-no-ue. Inoue. Saiyan is pronounced Sa-i-ya-an. Saiyan.
Saiyan.
S-A.E.Y.A.N. Also, I think this is a woman. She is spelling it in Japanese first, which is incredible.
Oh, nice.
Also, you should consider doing Japanese fighter interviews. What about Tatsuya Taira? And she's spelling their names in Japanese too. Or Rinya Nakamura. Rinya is from my hometown, Saitama, pronounced Saitama with emphasis on Sai. I think I got that one right. Let me know if you need a translator. I'd be happy to help. By the way, we could use you in like 5 minutes. This is crazy. I hope this question makes sense, makes it to the show. I'm so happy. Thank you. Wow, that was
Can you
amazing.
ask her a question back?
You could go on the Substack and ask her.
All right.
What did you want to ask her?
Uniqlo.
Oh, that's right. Go in there. Jump in there. It's right there. With Mike being out of the Jake Paul fight, can I offer a realistic replacement? Rampage, Cheddar makes it better. Wow, Rampage versus Jake. That's crazy talk. There's some rumblings, not of that, but something. Stay tuned. Matt Moe, Ariel, I've never been more captivated in a sporting event than last week when you faced Luke the Nuke Littler in a darts match. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Luke, the world champion, throws a casual 56. Then Helwani steps up to the plate, confidence exuding. Where should I aim, he asks. The champ yells 20s. Ariel fires the dart, and it looked like a bullseye from my camera angle. I screamed so loud, and I threw my coffee up in the air. Alas, it was a 20. The match ends 56-46 Luke. But what a valiant effort by our boy. Thanks for the entertainment. I bottled that. I have to say I bottled that. I thought it was just a layup. Easy work. Guy shot a 56. I'll never get an easier chance than that. Hey, Ariel and crew from Albs M8 or Albs Mate. With all the talking questions I'm sure you're going to get about McGregor Chandler, I thought I'd throw a different one in. What's your thoughts on the new Eminem song? You've said multiple times about your love for rap, and I'm intrigued. What's your thoughts on? You know what? I haven't heard it. Has anyone heard it?
Not I.
GC, you heard it?
No, I saw that it came out. Haven't listened to it yet.
Damn, I'm actually.
Isn't there a new
still
Drake
getting all
single?
caught up on the Drake and Kendrick beef.
Yeah, no, I'm all caught up. What is it? They Not Like Us or something?
Yeah.
Not Like Us?
Yeah, not like us.
We don't have our next guest, right?
We are efforting right now. Got eyes on him.
Okay. Both of them.
One of them.
Oh.
Should have them shortly.
Hey, Ariel, what would you rank as the top 3 weirdest UFC tenures? Some I could think of. Mike Jackson, Dean Barry, James Toney, Jesse Taylor, even Ben Askren. Not Ben Askren. Punk is one for sure. Dean Barry is definitely one. There was one dude, I forget his name now. He was warming up backstage in Nebraska. He rolled his ankle and never fought and got released. This one, what was his name? Do you remember this? Nebraska UFC. No. Someone was it someone's gonna tell me. Someone in the chat can tell me. What was it? Rolled his ankle. Someone Nebraska. Omaha. I think of Omaha. I was there for Fuel TV. Locker room. Sean Loeffler. There it is. 2012. He injured his ankle in the locker room and never ended up fighting. That's probably the one. In a minute, we're going to be joined by Dave Feldman. Ariel, curious to hear what you and the crew would think about an MMA version of Inside the NBA. What fighters would you cast to try to capture the same magic that Inside has? Off the top of my head, I think Chael, GSP, Rampage would kill it as a trio. I'm not sure about that. You need the chemistry, but here's one point that you're missing. You need the guy in the middle. You need the maestro. You need the point guard. You need the guy. You need the the leader. You need the Ernie Johnson. That's the main thing. If you don't have that, you don't have the show. Very, very important. Who is that guy? I'm not sure.
I think Derek Lewis would be great.
Derek Lewis would be funny.
I think that would be good.
That's a great call. As a Shaq?
Yes. You put Derek Lewis where Shaq is.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
And then that's not a bad call. Like you could use GSP like as like a Kenny Smith type. More analytical.
Do you think it's because of Thierry Henry? They're trying to like cast that crew, or like the Thierry Henry for the soccer. That crew with Kate Abdo has been compared to the Inside the NBA crew.
Yeah, it's a solid crew.
So Henry's the Frenchman. You put GSP the Frenchman in there.
There you go. And then you need one more.
Yeah.
Another like comedy-esque type guy.
Chael?
Chael would be good. Chael is like a Chuck roll.
Yeah. I wonder if that works. In any event, thank you to everyone who sent in questions. One more guest to go, and let us go to them. It's actually two guests. So I told you at the beginning of the show, Dave Feldman, the founder and the head man, the face of BKFC, is going to join us to share some exciting news. But how about this, my friends? For the first time in the history of this program, I do believe, unless I'm forgetting something in the very early days, and I don't think that I am, we have the great honor and privilege of being joined from all the way in Japan to the man behind Rizin Fighting Federation and the man back in the day behind the iconic Pride FC. Yes, Nobuyuki Sakakibara is here as well, and this is a huge honor because I don't think that we have ever met or ever had the chance to speak to Mr. Sakakibara. He joins us right now with Dave Feldman on the show. Hello, guys. How are you? Dave, thank you very much. And
thank you, Harry.
Sakakibara, wow, this is an honor for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I know you as well. Konnichiwa. Thank you. And I know it's very early over there in Japan, so thank you so much for getting up early with us. Dave, you have an exciting announcement to make, so I will give you the floor since you're in America and it's a little more of a normal time zone for you. So you get the ball rolling, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a pleasure just being on the same screen as this gentleman, Sakakibara, who has done so much for the sport of mixed martial arts and combat sports, not only in Japan but all over the world, really. And today we get to announce official partnership with BKFC and Rizin to produce bout bare knuckle fighting championship shows in Japan and all over the Southeast Asia region, as well as assist Ryzen in whatever else that they need from around the world. We're starting this off on July 12th with having Shinosuke fight on our card that we have at July 12th at Pachanga Casino in California. And then we're going to have two of our two big fights fight on his huge card that he's doing. I believe the date is July 29th in Tokyo in front of 40,000 people. That's going to be our debut in Japan. And we're really super excited about this partnership and to partner with such a legend like Saki Kabura.
Wow. Congratulations to you and to Sakakibara as well. Can I ask you, Sakakibara, why are you doing this deal with Mr. Feldman and BKFC? Obviously, you have done mixed martial arts and kickboxing. You've been in the combat sports world for a long time, but never bare knuckle. Why does this make sense for you and your organization?
BKFC とやることが、を決めたんでしょうか?
Yes. BKFC にはすごく可能性があるということと、やっぱり今、本当にコンバットスポーツ、日本でもそうだと思うし、アメリカでもそうなんですけど、何か新しいムーブメントにすごくファンが待ってるっていうか、極論言うと、今の MMA とかキックボクシングに飽きてる、そういうふうに思っていて、だからパワースラップが流行ったりとかもすると思うんだけど、日本でも同じような現象があって、やっぱり BKFC の本当にベアナックルで素手で殴り合うっていうのはとてもエキサイティングだし、エクストリームなんで、日本のファンにも絶対受けるだろうということと、やっぱりデーブ以下すごくマネジメントがしっかりしてるんで、何か一緒に仕事がしてみたいなということでスタートしました。
So we truly feel the potential of BKFC. And I do believe that this is happening all over the world in the combat sports industry, is that everything is kind of being still, and all the fans are looking for a new movement. They're looking for new action. And exactly what's happening in Japan is obviously in the stateside, they're doing power slap and all that kind of stuff is starting to take off. But same here in Japan, a lot of people are wanting new things. They're wanting more excitement. And we do believe that BKFC has everything that it takes to deliver that new excitement over here in Japan. The Japanese fans, they liked it. And, more so, we do believe that, David and his team are extremely professional, and we believe that they know what they're doing. And, it just only made sense for us to partner with them.
Okay. And so, David, for you, when your fighters fight under the Ryzen umbrella, will they be doing bare knuckle fights or MMA fights?
Bare knuckle fights. We're not venturing outside of our craft right now, so they're all going to be doing bare knuckle fights with Ryzen or really anywhere else in the world, but especially there in Japan. We're going to start off as doing partnership events with having, I guess you would call it, fighter swaps on their cards, their Ryzen cards, and then we're going to develop BKFC in Japan with Ryzen, but it'll be a standalone promotion presented by BKFC and Ryzen.
Wow. And so just curious, when these fights, so they'll be on a card with MMA guys and whatnot, and then there'll just be a bare knuckle fight in the middle of all that.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. That is fascinating. For you, Sakakibara, go ahead.
Hey, we're going to have Ty Emery is going to take on Chiesa Sagala on this card, and John Dotson is also going to fight one of their top fighters in Ryzen in a bare knuckle fight this time, and not MMA over there, because I know he's fought MMA for Ryzen, but he's going to fight a bare knuckle fight in Japan, and I think the crowd's going to be super excited about it, and it's going to be amazing on July 29th.
Okay. For you, Mr. Sakakibara, we always hear about how the Japanese fans adore martial arts. They're traditional. I had the opportunity to attend one event at the Saitama Super Arena a few years ago for the UFC. And so I'm just wondering, the fan base better than anyone. How do you think they will feel about something that maybe isn't as traditional as the fights that you put on bare knuckle? How do you think they will take to that over in Japan?
日本を知り尽くしているお客さんがベアナックルをどういうふうに受けているのか、受け入れてくれているのか教えてください。
いや、本当に、4月の29日の大会で、辰木篠塚という選手が、初めて日本人としてもベアナックルでの デーブのルールで戦ったんですけど、まあ、非常にファンには受けてましたね。これ、まあ、ショーケース的にやったんですけど、まあ、すごく、こう、日本のファンは、エキサイティングな、新しいムーブメントだなということで受け入れてくれたんで、まあ、これは早速、日本でも、やりたいっていう選手もたくさん出てきたし、みんなが興味を持ってくれたんで、ぜひ、7月にも、7月はまあ、僕ら、今年1年の中で一番観客を集めて4万人入る埼玉スーパーアリーナのスタジアムバージョンでやる大会なんで、BKFC のさらにこうエキサイティングな本物のっていうかですね、まあ、エキスパートな選手たちが参加する形での、試合が組めることをとても嬉しく思うし、まあ、ファンも喜んでくれると思います。
Yeah, so we first had on April 29th, we had Tatsuki Shinotsuka be the first Japanese martial artist to compete under BKFC rules. And we tried it, introduced it as a test case at the beginning, but it worked out extremely well. It delivered, and the Japanese fans loved it. They accepted the new rules. They appreciated the new movement, the new content. And, we just felt like we have to strike while the iron is still hot. So, we decided to move forward with this. And, after the first showcase in Japan, we have had several Japanese fighters raising their hands saying, hey, I want to participate. I want to participate. So we do believe that it's becoming something very much noticed. And for this upcoming July event, we're using the Saitama Super Arena Stadium mode. We're looking to put in 40,000 people in the arena. It's going to be a big, big event, and we're very excited to introduce, the real BKFC, what BKFC is all about in front of this big crowd. So we're excited, and I think Japanese fans will be very excited. They'll be in for a treat.
And a follow-up question to you: what is the main event for this card?
まあ、海外ではどれだけ人気があるか分かんないですけども、知名度があるか分かんないけど、三倉朝倉という、まあ、メイウェザーとやったことでアメリカのファンも知ってくれてる人がいるかもしれませんけども、日本でいうともうカリスマ的なファイターがいるんですね。YouTuber のフォロワーがもう400万人に届くようなスーパースターと、まだ24歳ですけど、若くしてすごくこう人気をのあるレン・平本という選手、この2人がメインで MMA のルールで戦います。
So we're not quite sure how much they are known outside of Japan, but our main event will be held between Mikuru Asakura. You might know him because he fought Floyd Mayweather last year. He might not be well known outside of Japan, but he is an extremely charismatic figure in the Japanese combat sports industry. He has over 4 million YouTube subscribers, and he's extremely influential, most popular Japanese fighter ever. And he's going against a still very young 24-year-old prospect who is also a very, very popular figure in the combat sports scene in Japan. His name is Ren Hiramoto, but these two very influential fighters will be going against each other in the main event.
Okay. For you, Dave, is this like a financial investment arrangement, or is it just like an arrangement where we're going to share talent and work together?
Right now, it's a talent share, and we're going to work together and co-promote. And I think it's going to move into the plans are to move into a lot bigger partnership. And I think, after the excitement that they already received with BKFC and the legendary stuff that Saki Gabora has already done and the moves that we're making, I think it's just a natural fit for both of us. And I think you're going to see bigger and better things from this partnership. And I'm really, really excited about it. I mean, look, we just did the partnership with Conor McGregor a month ago. Now we're doing a partnership with Saki Gabora. We have 3 other huge partnerships that we're announcing in the next 3 to 4 weeks. And I think a lot of great things are happening for this organization. And to team up with very respected individual like Saki Gabora, it just takes us to a whole nother level.
We've talked in the past about validation, about gaining acceptance from the combat world that maybe wasn't too accepting of you. This has to feel like another one of those moments, right?
Major, huge. It's a huge, huge moment for us. I mean, you're not talking about just going somewhere, going to Japan and promoting an event. You're talking about going to Japan and promoting an event with the legend Saki Gabora and Ryzen, and obviously formerly owned Pride, and was one of the biggest guys in mixed martial arts for forever. And to partner with someone like that respects what we're doing and understands the direction that we're taking this thing, it truly is amazing on an acceptance level area.
Mr. Sakakibara, one thing that I've always respected about you as a promoter is that you are open to co-promoting, working with others. Even when Pride was number one, you were working with the UFC, who was number two. And obviously your relationship with Scott Coker and Bellator, and now we see this relationship. Why are you different than so many other promoters? So many other promoters don't want to co-promote. You always are open to it. Why are you different than them?
そのみんながオープンなんだけれども、なぜ社長はこうオープンでみんなとやりたがるのか、独占したがるのか。
このスポーツにずっと関わってきて、やっぱりこのスポーツの欠けてる、メジャースポーツに比べてサッカーを例に出すと、やっぱりそのプロモーションごとの UFC もプロモーションの中の順位決定戦なんで、それではもう本当にワールドワイドな、これだけワールドワイドなMMA って競技なのに、やっぱりプロモーション内の順位決定戦っていうのは限界があると思ってるんですね。一般の本当に世間の人たちの目を引くには、それはワールドカップのサッカーとかオリンピックとかそういうものにこの格闘技をもっと押し上げていくためには、もうプロモーションの枠を外したようなそれぞれの選手のデリバリーとかそれぞれのプロモーションが交流することが大事なんで、僕は2015年に戻ってきた時にやっぱりUFC にそういう意識がないんで、全部独自で選手を囲い込んでしまう。これではこのスポーツの本当にアメリカの中では流行ってるかもしれないけど、アメリカ以外の国々の中でもそれぞれローカルでいっぱいある大会ともっともっとコミュニケーション取って横断する、協力する、本当にそれぞれの文化とか持ってる考え方をシェアするっていうことが必要だと思って、そういうことをしようと思って戻ってきたんで、だからいろんな人たちとコミュニケーション取っていろんなプロモーションと考え方違うけども、ルールも少しずつ違うけども、世界中に格闘技があるんでね、そういうものを僕らがうまくコネクトするようなことでライジンというものがフェデレーションとして動けるといいなと思って今もやってます。
So, this sport, what it lacks is the unification and order. So I do believe that, like soccer, for an example, you have the championship, the Champions League. You got all sorts of, you got a system where all the promoters are teams and promoters they're cooperating with each other to create a global stage. So right now we do believe that each organization has their ranking system within their own organization. And now that MMA has become a global sport and it's become so popular, I think there's a limit. There's only so much you can do when you have ranking system, when you're doing stuff within your own within your own promotion. So I think promoters have to get together and truly deliver what the fans really want to see. And that's been my goal since I started Ryzen back in 2015. I do believe that all promoters should work with each other to determine the true best of all. And I came back in 2015. The UFC was doing everything exclusive. They were locking everybody up in the contract. So I do believe that there's so many promotions out there all over the world, within each region, within each country. So my angle was to communicate with everybody, get together, and deliver what the fans want to see. So when I came back in 2015, we contacted a lot of promoters all over the world. And, the whole concept, Ryzen Fighting Federation was to work with everybody, to bring all the promoters together and, to take this sport to the next level. And that was my whole intent when I came back in 2015. And that's what I'm still trying to pursue.
Love that.
もう一ついいですか？プライドをダナたち、ロレンゾたちにトランザクションして渡した時にもプライドをきちっと彼らは存続して、プライドと UFC、プライドは日本、UFC はアメリカで、それで2年に1回とかでそれぞれのチャンピオンが チャンピオン VS チャンピオンでスーパーボールみたいなことをやるっていうことが前提で、彼らに僕はプライドを預けて、自分の娘を彼に託した。でもプライドはその後一回も続けてもらえなかったんで、まあいろんな理由があると思うけど、まあそのできなかったことをデイブとかスコットとか、やっぱり理解のある人たちと、このスポーツをグローバルにもっともっと UFC だけのものじゃなくてね、もっといろんな世界中にあるものにちゃんとリスペクトをして向き合っていくってことが、僕がやらなくちゃいけないことだと思ってやってます。
So, if I could ask one thing, back when I sold Pride over to Dana and Lorenzo, the whole idea was to keep Pride alive and continue to have these independent organizations, East and West. And the idea was to have, to see who is the true best martial artist by having, biannual champ versus champ idea concepts. And that was the idea when I first handed over Pride over to Dana and Lorenzo, was kind of like handing over my daughter over to them. But obviously there were obviously a lot of reasons that it didn't happen and Pride didn't continue. So I do believe that's one of the reasons why I came back, and with the help like Scott and David here, we're able to work together, and I need to pursue what I really wanted to do. So, mixed martial arts, combat sports is not just the UFC. There's martial arts everywhere in every region. So I think it's my duty to be able to unite all this and introduce and work with promoters all over the world.
Could I ask, do you regret selling the company to Dana and Lorenzo?
ダナとロレンゾにプライドを売ったこと後悔してますか？
ダナにも同じ質問されましたけど、後悔してないです。
Yeah, it's funny you asked. Dana asked me the same question, but no, I have no regrets.
That's fascinating that he would ask you that question. I saw that you were with him recently and maybe tease some stuff. Is it possible you will work with him in the future, or was that just a get together?
ダナとはやるつもりあるんですか？
まあやるつもりがあるというか、あまりにもやっぱり UFC の力は強靭だし、ダナもやっぱりそれだけのね、本当に能力のある人だと、だからここまで彼が強いリーダーシップで引っ張ってこれたと思うんで、リスペクトしてますし、やっぱり巨人というかジャイアントである UFC がやっぱりいろんな形で我々がこう日本の中でまたライジンもプライドなきゃとドリームなきゃとスタートして、まあ8年9年かけてここまで来たんでね、やっぱりいろんな形で僕はぜひダナと今言ったようなコンセプトの中でね交流できるといいなということで考えてますけど、まあなかなか忙しくて難しいんじゃないですかね。はい。
I mean, obviously, the UFC is a giant now, and Dana obviously has the ability. He has the ability to grow his brand, and obviously that's why he's here at his position right now, and that's why the UFC is so successful. So I have nothing but respect for him, and for me, it would be great to be able to do something in the future. But obviously they're an empire; they're a giant right now. So, for me, it would be great to do something. But me coming back and bringing back Ryzen, and we've been doing this for 9 years now, and we are a promotion that came up after Pride and after Dream. So, for me, this is something that I need to sustain. But eventually, if Dana could do something, that'd be great. But I'm just sure they're very busy. They're very big. Their schedule is packed, and they might just be too busy to work with us at the moment.
Okay. For you, Dave, the first all BKFC show in Japan, when do you think that will be?
Could be late this year. It's probably going to be early next year. That's what I would anticipate. Just given the fans, I think Saki Gabor was very, very smart in doing it this way, because I how fast I'm going, and I just want to, let's just do a show. Let's just do a show. And he said, hold tight, hold tight. Introduce the sport to the fans on our show. Let's introduce it to them. Make sure they like it. let him get a little taste of it, let him get a bigger taste of it, and then we'll move into a bigger show. So could be this year, but I would suspect it would be early parts of next year.
Okay. Do you have an update on your TV situation?
I actually just, I can't announce it yet, but I just signed part of it. I signed one of them today at about, that's for 12 shows. And then I have another one pending for the remainder of the shows that we have for BKFC. So that should be tied up in the next 10 days or so. And I'll share it with you. I'll break it on here for you, Ariel.
Okay. We like that. And I saw you with Robbie Lawler. Anything there?
We're going to talk. You know, he's still under contract with the UFC, and I mean, I would love to have him fight for us, but at the same time, I'm not going to interfere with anything. We're going to talk to his management team and see what the interest level is, and see if the UFC is going to let him out of his contract and let him fight somewhere else. If he's even more interested, it was really more of just a meeting, again, an introduction. Met a lot of fighters down there that were very interested in fighting for us, and we'll see. But I mean, who wouldn't want to see that guy in BKFC?
Yeah. If I can ask you, Mr. Sakikibar, we saw Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao in your ring a few months ago. Is there any update on that fight happening in a Rising Ring?
まあ何が起きてもおかしくないと思ってます。マニーともいろんな話をしてますし、フロイドともいろんな話をしてます。2人ともまたライジンのリングで、特にフロイドは、まあ、3度目の試合をしたいというふうに強く思ってくれていて、いろんなコミュニケーションを取ってますし、マニーともぜひライジンのリングで戦いたいということで話をずっとしてきてるんで、まあ本当に近いタイミングで何か起きると思いますので、楽しみにしていただけたらと思います。
Yeah, so at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if anything happened. Like anything could happen at this point. We've been talking to Manny and Floyd individually. We've been having this continued dialogue. Floyd definitely wants to make his third appearance in Rizin and in Japan. Obviously, we've been talking to Manny about having his first appearance in Japan. But yeah, they're both eager to fight in Japan, and we're just working on the small details. And but I can assure you that in the very near future, we will have something exciting. I'm sure we will have a very exciting update to share with you all very soon.
And you're welcome to announce that on this program. If I could just ask you two more quick questions, if you don't mind. I know you have Kyoji Horiguchi and Sergio Pettis this weekend, which is an amazing fight, and Horiguchi's future has been discussed. What is his status with Rizin? Because there's been some talk of maybe him going to the UFC. Are you with him long term, or is it possible that this is his final fight with you?
まあ、ライジンとは本当に個人的にもそうですけど、非常にいい関係ではあります。ただ、まあ、契約上で言うと、今回の試合も、まあ、彼はまだベラトール参加、まあ、今で言うと PFL の参加の契約を我々とすると、一試合借りる形での出場になるんでですね、まあ、この先、堀口としては、もう一度やっぱりUFC、まあ、UFC のフライ級にチャレンジしたいっていう思いがあるんですけども、まあそれは個人的な思いでプロモーターである UFC、まあ、ダナがどうジャッジするかっていうことだと思うんで、日本では本当に大きな人気があるし、まあ日本での試合をしながら、本人とするとフロリダに住んでることもあって、アメリカでの試合もしたいっていう、まあそういう思いがあるんで、まあその中でライジンでも試合をしながら、他の海外のプロモーションにもチャレンジをしていくっていうことを彼はまあ希望してるんでね、そういうことに向けて彼はこの試合の後もいろいろ UFC にもアプローチするんじゃないでしょうか。まあそれは僕らはあんまり止める気がないんで、本当にライジの中で活躍をして、まあいろいろ UFC とか他の団体とかに行きたいっていう選手はあんまり契約で縛ってその選手のやりたいことをやらせないっていうような形の他のプロモーションとは違う形で選手とも向き合っていく、それは変わらずにいきたいと思っています。
So personally, I have a really good relationship with Horiguchi. And but for this fight, he's still under the Bellator / PFL contract. So for this one, it's we're still borrowing the contract from Horiguchi, so he's still under their Bellator and PFL contract. As far as I know, Horiguchi wants to challenge again at UFC at flyweight, and that's as far as I know. But that's what he feels, and it's up to the UFC if they want him or not. But the fact is, he's a very extremely popular figure in Japan. He's a very popular fighter in Japan. The fact that he lives in Florida, he has a desire of fighting in the U.S. And so, his personal opinion is that he wants to fight in Ryzen. Meanwhile, and he still wants to take on challenge the global stage. And we have no intention of stopping him. If he wants to go, he should prefer. We want him to pursue his dream. The contracts that we have, we're very flexible. We have no intention of stopping any fighter to going to pursue what they want to do internationally. So, that's one of the things. That's how we deal with our fighters, and that's how we've been from the start, and that's not going to change.
If I can ask one final question, and this, thank you for orchestrating this, David, because this is like a bucket list interview for me here. I've never had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Sakakibara, who I have great admiration for, and kind of reminds me of falling in love with this sport. I used to stay up in the middle of the night to watch your events, your Pride events, all those legendary ones with Fyodor and Mirko and Rampage and Josh Barnett. And so, I mean, the love and admiration that I have for your country and what you've built is immeasurable. And so it's just a great honor. And if you're ever in New York, I would love to have you in the studio and we could talk more about your career. But if I could just end on this, just for the fan in me, what is your favorite Pride fight of all time? If someone would ask you the one that you are most proud of, the one that you love the most, that maybe the newer fans haven't experienced, what would Mr. Sakakibara say is the Pride fight, the one that everyone should watch?
よくそういう質問をされるんですけど、やっぱりプライドの歴史を変えた、プライドがやっぱり本当に日本の中でも世界の中でも、多くの人たちにビッグサプライズを与えたし、多くの感動を与えたのはやっぱり桜庭とホイスの無制限ラウンドの試合、東京ドームの試合だと思います。15分で6ラウンド戦い抜いた。桜庭はそのトーナメントのそれが1回戦で今では考えられないと思うけど、1回戦が無制限ラウンドでホイスと6ラウンド戦って、その後桜庭は何時間後にイゴール・ボブチャンチンとまた15分戦うっていう、本当にイベントが2000年のイベントなんですよね。それが実はアメリカで初めてペーパービューで配信をというか放送された記念すべき大会なんですけど、今でも本当に最後ホイス側がエリオとかからタオルを投入された時のシーンが鮮明に覚えてますけど、試合に勝る試合はないかなと思ってます。
Yeah, so if I had to mention one, this is a very common question that I'm asked, but if I had to mention one, I think this specific fight changed the history of Pride and it changed the direction. This is what put us on the mat, I think. This fight surprised and delivered and inspired so many people, not only in Japan, but all over the world. And this fight has to be Sakuraba versus Royce Gracie, the one that we did, the unlimited rules. They fought 15-minute rounds. They fought 6 rounds for 15 minutes. So 90 minutes. And when you think about it, it's absolutely crazy that this was the first round of a tournament, of a Grand Prix. So Sakuraba wins this fight and advances. A few hours later, he fights Igor Vovchanchin. And, it's just an amazing game-changing fight. This was back in 2000. And this was actually the first event that was a live pay-per-view show for the U.S. So in that matter, this was the first live introduction of the Pride event. And it's just so memorable. I still remember to this day extremely clearly when Royce's corner they threw in the towel with Ario in the corner, everybody discussing, and that the moment they threw in that towel, I still remember that moment clearly to this day. So it's that, for me, it's that memorable, and I think that's the fight that changed a lot in this industry.
Ah, that's incredible. That is great stuff. They say pride never die, right? Pride never die. Here in this studio, I want to show you, we have right here. We honor the great Fyodor Emelianenko here with a picture here in my studio. So we remember Pride and we remember Fedor and all the great events. And I love the fact that you are now with David Feldman and BKFC. So much respect to you. Thank you so much for waking up early, and congratulations. And David, congratulations on another great moment for you and the organization.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Ariel,
much.
and thanks, Dr. Gore, for the trust and the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, could you please come to watch Japan?
I would love to.
Our show. Could you please watch?
I would love to. That would be an honor for me. I will be there. I will be there. I promise.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arigato. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There he is. And there he is. That was great stuff, guys. You know yourself, Sakakibara on the program. I understand that there are a lot of fans who may not be familiar, but go back. Hey, start with the one that he just mentioned. Start with Royce and Sakuraba. So many great ones. Oh my gosh. What do we got? We've got Fedor and Josh Barnett, Vanderlei Silva, Don Fry. Incredible stuff. So congratulations, BKFC. They continue to expand. They're doing big things. And that's another one. Bare knuckle in Japan is fascinating because, they watch the events a little different. There's that respect. They're not as loud and they clap. Bare knuckle in Japan is a fascinating thing to watch. And I'm curious to see where they go from here. So congratulations to everyone involved. That was a lot of fun and a great way to end a great day. Yes, I've been to Japan once, by the way. Saitama, UFC 144, Benson Henderson, Frankie Edgar. That was a good one. Rampage was on the card. Was Mark Hunt on that one? No, he wasn't. But what a legend he is. Also, Pride veteran. Okay. Thank you so much. We're out of time. Frank, you get my music. My head is killing. And watch Ryzen this weekend as well. Kyoji Horiguchi against Sergio Pettis is a big-time card. I mean, it's a big-time main event. KSW, One Championship, LFA, Cage Warriors, Octagon, PFL, UFC, Ryzen, Glory Kickboxing. Shout out to our good friends over in where are they? Is it the Netherlands? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think it's Netherlands this weekend.
Light Heavyweight Grand Prix this Saturday, Netherlands. 8-man, 1-night tournament. Live for free North America on Bally Live app and Stadium. So there's a lot to like. Don't leave your house. Watch it all. Plus, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals. We're all in on the Oilers, right? Despite the fact that their coach made a joke about the Bills.
Absolutely.
I'm surprised that you're all in on the Oilers because they beat your team.
Yeah, but do you really want to see Florida again? All right.
The Rats. What is up with that? Throwing rats on the ring?
I mean,
on the ice?
It's just like throwing the octopus on the ring.
That's kind of cool. Gross.
Like,
do they still do that in Detroit?
Yes.
Jeez. So weird.
Throw anything you want. It's all tradition.
In Detroit, they do it for real. In Florida, at least, it's plastic ones. Anyway, thank you to everyone who joined us today. What a day it was. Michael Chiesa, Savannah Marshall, David Feldman, Nobuyuki Sakakibara, Arman Tsarukyan, Curtis Blaydes, and all of you, all of them. Back on Monday, same time, place. Peace.